In this video, I'm going to show you how to make a social media marketing website step by step. I will specifically show you how to make a social media marketing website with WordPress and Elementor. WordPress is the free software that we are going to use in order to create our website and also customize it just the way we want. And Elementor is a free and simple to use drag and drop page builder that we are going to use in order to design the pages of our website. Don't worry if you are new to WordPress because I'm going to hold your hand every step of the way. For this, I'll show you how to get your very own custom domain name and web hosting. I will also show you how to install WordPress on your website. Since we'll be using a simple to use drag and drop page builder, you don't need any programming or coding knowledge. Before we get started, let me show you what you will get by the end of this tutorial. This is the website we'll be creating in this tutorial. And when you land on the home page of this website, the first thing you will notice is the header, where we have the logo and the menu of our website. Now, if I try to scroll, you see that the menu is static, meaning we will have a sticky header for our website. With this, users can easily navigate to other pages of your website without scrolling up and down. Immediately after the header, we have this cool hero section, where we have some text at the left side and an image at the right side. Also on the hero section, we have this call to action button, which can be linked to any page of your choice on your website. Going down, we have a simple about section where we have an image at the left side and a little bit of information about our website, with a button that will take users to the main about page. Going down is a section that shows your users your previous works. Next, we have a section for testimonials, followed by a section that shows your users why they should choose you. Next is a section for your numbers, where you can display your years of experience, happy customers you have already worked with, and the number of projects you have completed. Going down, we have the pricing section, where I am showing 3 packages, with the first one being the starter package, where customers will get 10 posts per month. The second package is the business package, where customers get 15 posts per month. And finally, the premium package, where customers get 30 posts per month. Of course, this is just a sample. You can come out with whatever packages you want and also go ahead and set your own pricing. When your customers read what you have here and they want to do business with you, they just go ahead and click on order now in order to go through the ordering process. Going down, we have the brand section where you can display the logos of businesses you have worked with. Of course, this is not a mandatory section. You can do away with it if you don't need it. The next section is where we can have a form that users can use in order to book a call with us. This is just a simple form, and I'll show you how you can customize everything step by step. I'll also show you how you can add this fixed background image. As you can see, if I begin to scroll, the image is static. I'll show you how you can do that in this tutorial. Next, we have a call to action where users can click on this button to learn more about your business. And finally, we have the footer section, which I'll be showing you how to customize in this tutorial. So if users get to the bottom of your website and they want to get to the top, they can easily click on this arrow to take them to the very top. Awesome. Apart from the home page, which is of course the gateway to your website, we also have other pages which will be relevant to your business. Let's go through them one after the other. First of all, we have the services page, where you can showcase all the services you have on your website, with a call to action at the bottom part of the page. We also have the pricing page, which is just the same as the one we saw on the home page. So users can easily come here in order to order your service. Next, we have the about page. On the about page, we have some information about our business at the left side and an image at the right side. With this, you can display an image of your entire team right here. Going down, we have a section that indicates how you are committed to your business. Next, we have our team section, and I'll show you how you can customize all this. We also have a section that shows our work. And finally, we have a call to action that users can click in order to go through the ordering process. The next page we have is frequently asked questions page. With this page, users can easily get answers to some questions they have on their minds where they don't really need you in order to get. Awesome. We also have the blog page, which you can use in order to generate traffic for your website. And I'll be showing you how you can create blog posts for your website. Another important page we'll be having on our website is the contact page, which users can use in order to get in touch with you. Also on the header, we have the cat icon, which users can use in order to check out smoothly. And finally, we have the My Account link that users can use in order to have access to the services they'll be buying from us. I'll also be showing you how you can create other boring pages like the Terms of Service page, Privacy Policy page, as well as the Refunds page. The reason you will need these pages is that if you are going to be running a social media marketing website and you want your customers to be able to buy your services through your website, you will need to let them know how you'll be managing their personal information. That is by using the Privacy Policy page. You also need to let them know how your services work by using the Terms and Conditions page. And finally, you need to let them know if you do refunds or not, so that they know what they are up against before they make purchases from your website. Now let me walk you through how users can buy your services from your website. If they land on the pricing page and they go ahead and click on Order Now, it will bring them to this very page where they can choose the package they want to buy from you. So from here, the first thing they need to do is select the package they want. As you can see, we have the starter, business, and premium packages. Before I select any of the packages, at the moment the total price we have is $59, or whichever currency you'll be using. I'll show you how you can set your currencies later on in the tutorial. So the starting point for the services is $49, and the options, which is $10, is what we have here. You see that under select platforms, Facebook is selected. That is why we have this $10 under options total. If I deselect it, you now see that the options total is set to 0. And it is mandatory for your customers to choose any of these platforms they will want you to work with. So now if I drop down the arrow and I want to choose the business plan, I'll select it and the price is set there for me with this as the grand total as well. So let's assume the client wants Facebook services. They go ahead and select it and the value is added. Maybe they also need Instagram services, so they select and the value is added. And finally, Twitter, and the value is added. So this means that any extra social media platform they will select in would attract additional cost of $10. Of course, you will have to come out with your own prices. Next, we have another option users can choose, which is optional. So if they need these services and also need some blog posts written for them for their website, they can go ahead and choose the particular plan they want. So if they need 600 words, this is the amount they will pay in, that is $29. If they need a 1000 word blog post, it will attract $39. I also have 1500 words with $49 and then 2000 words with $55. So let's assume I need a 1500 words blog post. I go ahead and select it and the total value now is $148. So next, I go ahead and click on Add to Cart. I can view the cart. If they have a coupon code, they can go ahead and enter it in here. I don't have a coupon code. I click on Proceed to Checkout. And from here, they will be required to fill in their billing details. At the right side of the checkout page is the order summary. Here is the name of the service I am buying, that is social media management, where I have selected the business package, with the selected platform being Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And finally, the additional blog posts I need. Next, the customer needs to choose their preferred payment gateway. which you'll be setting on your website. For demonstration purpose, I've used cash on delivery. Going down, they go ahead and agree to the terms and conditions and click on place order in order to finish the checkout process. So basically, this is how users can order your services from your website. When they order and you deliver, that is where you will make some money for yourself and your business. So by the end of this tutorial, you will have a fully customizable website that you can use in order to start generating sales with. And to make this website, we are going to use only free resources. The only thing you need to pay for is a domain name and a web hosting, which is a standard for every website. In the next section of the tutorial, I'll be showing you how you can get your very own custom domain name and web hosting. So if you like what you have seen, buckle up and let's get started with the step-by-step tutorial.
Hello guys, this is Swadik here at Dikupages Web, where I do web tutorials just like this one. So if you are new here, consider subscribing. That said, let's jump into the video.
To make any kind of website, you need to get a domain name and a web hosting, which is a standard for every website. Now, what is a domain name? A domain name is simply the address of your website. For instance, your businessname.com, google.com, or facebook.com. Mine is dikupages.com. So if users want to find my website, all what they need to do is enter my domain name in their web browsers. So if you also want your website to be found on the internet, you need to get a domain name. After getting your domain name, the next thing you need to get is a web hosting. A web hosting is a server where all the resources of our website will be stored so that users of our website will have access to them wherever they are. Now, to get your very own custom domain name and web hosting, go over to your browser and enter dikupages.com/Asura. Hit enter, and this brings me to Asura Hosting. With Asura Hosting, you get affordable web hosting services where you'll be provided with 99.9% uptime, NVMe SSD storage, free SSL certificate, and many more. So from here, I click on web hosting. Going down, these are the various packages you get with Asura Hosting. And choosing any of these plans will depend upon the kind of website you want to create. If you are just starting out, you can go ahead and use the starter plan, and you can always upgrade later on. So for this website, I'm going to go ahead and use the starter plan. So I scroll down and click on order now. And I choose a domain. You can register a new domain or transfer your domain from another registrar. That is, if you already have a domain registered somewhere, you can transfer it to Asura Hosting, or you can use your existing domain and update your name servers. For now, I'm going to go ahead and register a new domain. So I select register a new domain. Under search domain, I search for the domain I want to register. Take note, this domain name you are going to register now should be unique to you. If a particular domain is already registered, you cannot register it for the second time. So let me show you what I mean by that. So I enter Dikupages, which is my website, and I'll leave the extension as .com, and I click on check. You see that dikupages.com is unavailable simply because this particular domain is already registered. So you need to choose a custom domain name for your business. So what I do is I get rid of this and I go ahead and enter the domain I want to register. Dikupages Web. Next is domain extension. I drop down the arrow and choose from this list any domain extension I want to use. I would recommend you use .com if you are creating a business website. So I choose .com. Now I go ahead and click on check. Alright, dikupagesweb.com is available and I can register it for $9.99. I click on continue. In here are the various features I'll get under the starter plan, which is $12 per year. Going down, I can choose a billing cycle. At the moment, annually is selected. I can choose 2 years or 3 years. If you choose 2 or 3 years, you save 16%, but I want to use annually for now. Going down, I don't want to use any of these services. I click on continue. With Asura Hosting, you get free DNS management, so I select it. I'm not going to choose IP protection. However, if you want to protect your ID, you can go ahead and choose this so that you pay $3.99 per year. I don't want to make extra payment, I'll also choose free email forwarding. Then I go ahead and click on continue. So now the starter plan is $12 per year and the domain registration is $9.99 per year, which gives a total of $21.99 per year. Going down, you can go ahead and choose the currency you want to use. I'll leave it at USD. If you have a promo code, you can enter it in here. I don't have any. If you already have an account with Asura Hosting, you can use existing customer login. At the moment, I don't have, so I select create a new account. And in here, I go ahead and enter my personal information, billing address, and then my password. Going down to payment method, in here you can go ahead and choose the particular payment method you want to use. You can either pay with PayPal, direct credit or debit card, or Bitcoin. For this, I'm going to go ahead and use direct credit or debit card. And in here, I enter my card number, expiry date, and then CVV number. So I'll go ahead and enter all these details and click on checkout and meet you on the next page. Alright, I've made the payment and it has redirected me to my client area, and this is the domain we've just registered. The next thing I'm going to do is go ahead and check my email, since Asura Hosting will be sending me my login details to my email. Now Asura Hosting will be sending you a bunch of messages and you should be looking for Asura Hosting account information. This is the email where you find the login details to your cPanel account. So going down to control panel login information, I have my account username, account password, and then server login URL. So all what I need to do is go ahead and open this in a new tab. So I highlight it, right click, open link in a new tab. Next, I copy the username. Then I go ahead and paste it in here. I go back. Then I grab the password. Then I go ahead and paste it in here. Then I click on sign in. And this brings us to our direct admin cPanel. And that's it on how you can get a domain name and a web hosting from Asura Hosting. Now the first thing we are going to do upon logging in onto our control panel is go ahead and create an email address for our business. If you want to do a professional business, then you don't want to use a free account like Gmail or Yahoo. So to look professional in your business, you will need to get an email address coming from your domain name. You can easily do that by scrolling down. Under email accounts, you click on add new, or you can come to the side panel, then you hover on the first icon right here. Next, you go over to email manager, then you go ahead and click on email accounts to take you to where you can do the creation. Apart from these two, you can also go to the search bar right here and search for email. And it will give you the same option right here. So I go ahead and click on email accounts. If you already have some email addresses created, this is where you will see them. And if you want to create a new one, you click on create account under actions. I click on create account. In the first field, that is username, I enter the name I want to use for my email. So this is where you want to create an email address like info@yourdomainname.com, enquiries@yourdomainname.com, or you can even use your own name at yourdomainname.com. For this, I'm just going to go ahead and enter agency. And you don't need to add the @yourdomainname.com because you already have it right here. Next, you choose a custom password for your email. You can also go ahead and generate it by clicking on this icon right here. If I click on generate, you see that I have the password there. In order to view it, you can click on the eye icon right here. I'm just going to go ahead and enter in my own custom password. Next is email quota. You can set whatever number of megabytes you want. By default, it is set to 50 megabytes. You can also go ahead and use the highest by selecting maximum. For this, I'll just enter 100 megabytes. And I'll go ahead and click on create account. And my account is created right here. And the first one is the email address, followed by the password. I've hidden mine for obvious reasons. And finally, we have the IMAP server and then the SMTP server. With these two details, you can use it to connect your email address to perhaps your Google account so that your server will be free from emails. I exit out of here, and now you see that I have my email address right here. In order to check your email address, you can just go ahead and click on this arrow right here, and it will open in a new tab and take you to your webmail. As you can see, my email list is empty. I don't have any messages. This interface is just similar to any email service provider out there. I exit out of here, and I can go back to the dashboard. So that's it on how you can create a professional email address for your business. Next, let's go ahead and install WordPress on our website. To install WordPress, I hover on this icon right here. Then I go over to Extra Features. Scrolling down, I click on Software Close Auto Installer. If you don't want to go through this route, you can come right here and search for Software Close Auto Installer. So if I begin to type soft, you see that I have it right here. I go ahead and click, and it will bring me to this interface. From here, I click on Install under WordPress. Under Choose Installation URL, you need to make sure that HTTPS is selected. The next field is where you see your domain name, which you have just bought from Asura Hosting. And I'm not going to be using this, so I go ahead and drop down the arrow and I choose this domain. That is what I'm going to use for this demonstration. Next, in directory, you see that we have WP. You don't want to put anything in here. Otherwise, your website will be installed in a different folder other than your main domain name. So make sure in directory the field is empty. Going down, we have site settings where you can choose the name for your website and also enter the description for your website. I'll be showing you how you can also set the name of your website after you have installed WordPress. So you have two options. You can either change the name here or change it after you have installed WordPress. Next, we have admin account, where we choose a username, password, and also enter our email address. And remember, these are the details you always use in order to log into your WordPress website in order to edit it. So I'll just go ahead and enter my details. The first one is admin name. I'll enter my name. Always make sure to enter a custom name instead of using admin as your username. Next is password. I will hide it for obvious reasons. And finally, we have email address. I'll just go ahead and enter the professional email we just created. So mine is agency@dikupagesweb.com. Going down to the bottom, I click on install. And WordPress will install in some few seconds. Alright, congratulations, the software was installed successfully. From here, you can choose to click on your domain name, which will take you to the front end of your website. You can also choose to click on the administrative URL, which will take you to the back end of your website. I prefer clicking on the domain name directly, which will take me to the front end, so that I use it to show you how you can log in into your WordPress website. So I go ahead and click on the main domain name, which will open in a new tab. And now we have our new website. Awesome. So that's it on how you can install WordPress. Next, let me show you how you can log into your WordPress website. To log into your WordPress website, what you need to do is click at the end of your domain name or your URL. Then you bring /wp-admin. Hit enter. And this will take you to the login page. Here you enter your username and password. Remember, these are the details you specified when you were installing WordPress. Then I click on login, and it will take me to the back end of my website. Now, if I right click on the name of my website, that is right here, and open link in a new tab, this is the front end of my website. This is what users will see when they enter the address of my website into their web browsers. And right here is the back end. This is where you always come in order to start customizing your website. Now that we have installed WordPress, next let's go ahead and do some cleaning up and also performing some basic setup. The first thing we do is clean up our dashboard. As you can see, the whole thing is looking messy. So we can do away with all these widgets. To do that, I click on Screen Options. Then I go ahead and uncheck all these. Now our dashboard looks clean. Next, I go over to Posts. By default, WordPress will give you a Hello World post after the installation. We don't need it, so we click on Trash. You can go over to the trash and empty the trash. Next, we go over to Pages, and we have these 2 pages which we don't need. So we select all the pages, click on Bulk Actions, move to Trash, empty the trash. We go to the trash, then we empty the trash. Next, we go over to Appearance, where you can select a theme for your website. Take note, a theme is basically the design and layout of your website. At the moment, this is the active theme we are using. If I go to the front end, you see that that is the exact theme we are using, which is very boring. I'll be showing you how you can install a theme and customize it the way you want. Going back, since these 2 themes are not active, it means that we don't need them. So we go ahead and take them off by clicking on Theme Details, Delete, OK. Theme Details, Delete, OK. Unfortunately, we cannot delete this theme simply because we need an existing theme to work with. Of course, you can go ahead and delete this boring theme after you have selected the theme you want to work with on your website. Next, let's go over to Plugins. And we have these 2 plugins which we don't need on our website. They are not even active. So we select all, Bulk Actions, Delete, Apply, OK. And they are gone. Basically, this is the cleaning up we are going to do. Next, let's go ahead and do some setup. To do that, we go over to Tools, then we click on General. Under General, this is where we select the name for our website. Remember, when we're installing WordPress, I mentioned that I'll show you how you can change the name of your website after you have finished installing WordPress. Now, here is where you can do that. So the first field we have here is Site Title. And this is where we want to enter the name of our website. I will call it Dikupages Agency. Next, I enter my tagline. Next, we have WordPress address and then site address. In these 2 fields, you see your domain name, and you need to make sure that it is set to HTTPS. This will tell your users that your website is secure. The next field is administration email address. This is the exact email address we used when we were installing WordPress. If you want to change it, this is where you can do that. Next, we have membership, and you want to make sure that anyone can register is selected, simply because you want to allow your customers to be able to register on your website when they are trying to buy your services. Going down, we don't do any other thing. We click on Save Changes. And now you see the new name of my website right here. If I go to the front end, at the moment it is set to my blog, and on the tab right here, it is also my blog. Now, if I refresh the page, you will now see the new name on the tab as well as my site description. You see that upon hover, you will see the name as well as the site description. And also on the page of your website, you see the new name. Awesome. Going back, we go over to permalinks. Under common settings, you need to make sure that under permalink structure, it is set to post name instead of day and name. With post name, you will get clean URLs. So I select post name. Going down, I click on Save Changes. And now we are done with the basic setup of our website. The next thing we want to do is start designing the website. Now, if we go to the front end, you see that our website is very plain and boring, and we don't want this. So to make it look professional and beautiful, we need to change the theme. Remember, I mentioned that a theme is basically the design and layout of your website. So to install a theme, we go back to the back end, then we hover on Appearance, click on Themes. From here, we click on Add New, and right here you will get a whole lot of themes you can choose from. As a matter of fact, you will get over 5,000 different themes. That is at the time of recording this video. So you just have to go through and choose the one that will fit your business needs. So if you have a particular theme in mind, you can easily come here and search for it. That is under Search Themes. For this tutorial, we are going to use a theme called Blocksy. So I'll go ahead and enter in Blocksy. And I have it right here. Upon hover, you see that we have installed. I go ahead and click on it. It is installed. I click on Activate. The theme is installed successfully. Now, if I go to the front end of my website and refresh, you see that the look and feel of my website has changed. Even though we have changed the theme, but it's still plain and boring. Don't worry, we'll make it beautiful in a moment. Going back, now that we are done installing the theme we want to use for this website, we can go ahead and delete this theme we don't need. So I click on Theme Details, delete, OK. Now after installing the Blocksy theme, on top right here you see this message. Thanks for installing Blocksy, you rock. We strongly recommend you activate the Blocksy Companion plugin. This way you will have access to custom extensions, demo templates, and many other awesome features. The Blocksy Companion will do nothing but add additional functionality onto the Blocksy theme. So to install the Blocksy Companion, we just go ahead and click on this button right here. If in any case you cannot find it here, you can easily go over to Plugins, then click on Add New. Then under Search Plugins, you search for Blocksy. And we have the Blocksy Companion right here by Creative Teams. That is the developer of the Blocksy theme. So I click on Install now. It is installed. I go ahead and click on Activate. And it will take me to the Blocksy dashboard. Inside the Blocksy dashboard, we have some customization settings you can perform from here. That is if we are on the Home tab. The next tab we want to use is Starter Size. So I click on it. And from here, you see different templates or designs you can use for your website. They have a website template for photo studio, a restaurant, woodwork, catering services, barber shop, gadgets, and what have you. So from here, you can get templates for business website, e-commerce websites, and many more. For this tutorial, we are going to use this very template. We are not going to design the website from scratch. What we are going to do is import a website, then we go ahead and customize it to fit our business needs. Upon hovering on any of the starter templates, they will show you the particular page builders you can use on each one of them. So from this template we are going to use, you can either choose Gutenberg or Elementor. Without much talk, let's go ahead and click on Import. Next, you'll be required to select a child theme, which is optional. With a child theme, you can add additional code onto the theme without having to mess with the original theme. For this tutorial, we are not going through that route, so we go ahead and click on Next. From here, this is where you choose the particular page builder you want to work with. And we are going to go ahead and choose Elementor. Elementor by far is the most popular WordPress page builder. I click on Next, and the website will install all these plugins. That is WP Forms, which is a contact form we are going to use in order to create our contact forms so that our users can get in touch with us quickly. To also install the Elementor plugin, that is the drag and drop page builder we'll be using, as well as the HT slider for Elementor plugin. This is a plugin we can use in order to create a slider for our website. Everything is selected. However, if you don't need any of them, you can just go ahead and deselect it like this. I need everything, so I select it, then I click on Next. And what will be important are options, widgets, content, as well as install a clean website. I click on install and the installation is started. This will take a moment depending upon how fast your internet connection is. So I'll go ahead and pause the video and get back to you when it is done. Alright, starter site imported successfully, and it took about just 1 minute. From here, you can choose to customize your website, or you can go ahead and view the site. For now, I will click on View Site, which will open in a new tab. I can exit from here for now, and this is how our website will look like. So we now have a new website for our business. Awesome. As you can see, this website looks very clean and professional. However, this is not what we want. So we are going to customize it to fit our business brand. So that's it on how you can install a theme on your website. The next thing we want to do is choose a design system for our website. By choosing a design system, this is where you choose a branding for your website. That is by choosing colors as well as typography. It should be noted that every single feature we are going to be adding onto our website, we will be using the demo website I showed you during the beginning of this tutorial. That is this very website right here. So all the branding we have on this demo website is what we are going to replicate. Now let's go ahead and choose our design system. So going back to our website, we go ahead and click on Customize. Inside the theme customizer, the first thing we want to set is our colors. So I go ahead and click on colors. And at the moment, this is the very colors our website is using. That is under global color palette. We can drop the arrow here. Then we choose any of these colors right here. Let's test this one out. So if I click color palette 1, the colors of our website will change accordingly, as you can see. So the colors will run through the entire website. Now I can choose a different color by dropping down the arrow. Maybe this green color. Going back, let's see this one. This is not also bad. If I scroll through, you see that the colors will run through the entire website. Awesome. Let's take it back to the original color. So I drop down the arrow. Then I scroll to, I think, palette 14. So I select it. Now let's choose our own colors. I already have the colors I want to use, which I have here. Now let me show you how you can get color codes to the colors you may want to use. If I open a new tab, then I search for HTML color codes, hit enter. I click on the very first link. From here, you can get access to the color codes you may want to use on your website. For instance, if you want to use this particular color right here, this green, you just go ahead and click on it and you see the color code on top right here. Or better still, you can go down. These are some colors you can use. So you see the color and then the color code. Going down, we also have color names. For instance, if you need this color, you just go ahead and copy the color code right here. Going down, we have more options. As you can see, you can also come to the very top, that is right here. Then you choose any color from this shading we have here. Maybe if I select here, you see a different color, and this is the color code right here. I can make it more lighter if I want, as you can see. So this is how you can generate colors for your website. Since I already have the colors I want to use, I'll just go ahead and set everything up. So I exit out of here and pulling back my color, I select the very first color, I just go ahead and copy it. Then I come back to my colors here, I click on the first color, that is color 1. Then I replace whatever color code I have there with the one I've just copied. So after pasting it, you see the color has appeared here and it has affected our website. As you can see, if I scroll down, wherever you see the orange color, it will go off and the new color will come and replace, like this very section. Here too has changed this section. and many other places. Going back to my colors file, I copy the second color, then I come to color 2, I replace it with everything. I'm using another version of the gray color. Going back, I copy this, then I select color 3 and paste it in there. Going back is color 4, which is just black, so I can come in here, that is color 4, and I replace it with this. And finally, the rest of the 4 colors, I'll just replace everything with white color. So I click in here, then I drag to the very top, that is the corner right here, which will give me white, and the color code for white is FFFFFF. I do the same thing to the rest of the 3 colors. Perfect. Now all my colors are set. After setting our global color palette, next we need to set our global colors. If I scroll down the page, you see that the font here is not much visible, simply because our base text is having this gray color. So let's go ahead and set our colors. For the base text, we are going to use our black color. You see that the text has appeared. Going back, links color, I'm going to set it to black. That is the initial color. And then the hover color, I'll set it to white. And I always want to use the last color, that is color 8, as my white color. The reason why I always prefer using the last color as my white color is that there may come a time where you want to replace the other white colors with some kind of bright colors. So if you use any of the earlier white colors and in future you happen to change it to any other color, it will affect your entire work. So I always prefer using the last color as my white color. This is just what I do. That is how I arrange my colors. So I choose color 8 as my hover color. Perfect. Next is text selection. Now if I highlight this text right here, you see that the text color has changed to black and the highlight color has changed to this gray color. So for the text color, I will maintain the white, so I make sure it is color 8, and then the highlight color, I'm going to change it to black. Awesome. You see that. I exit from here. Next is all headings color, that is from H1 to H6. I'll make sure everything is set to black, which is already there. It should be noted that you can override the heading colors by choosing specific colors for every single heading colors you have here. Apart from you selecting one color for all the headings, you can equally set different colors for every single heading tag we have here. Going down, finally we have site background color, which is currently set to white, but I'm going to change it to color 3. That is this one. You see that the background of my entire page has changed. Perfect. Now we are done choosing the colors for our website. Next, I want to choose the colors I've set for the buttons of my website. So I go back, then I click on General. Right here, I have buttons. I go over to Design. Now let me scroll to a location where we have a button, maybe this. And I think it's already using the colors I want, but I'll still select it anyway. These colors right here are being controlled by the Elementor page builder. Going down, maybe we can use this button right here. So the font color, that is the color we see here, is going to be white. So I make sure it's color 8. That is for initial. When people hover on the button, which color should my text be? So I click on it and I'm going to make it black. That is color 4. So if I hover now, you see that the text color is now black. I exit from here. Next is background color. The initial color, I want it to be black. Awesome. And then the hover color, I'll choose the gray color. That is the very first one. Earlier it was using the color 2, so I choose color 1. Perfect. Now we are done working with colors. Next, let's go to typography. This is where we choose the fonts we want to use on our website. So I click on back. I have typography here. I click on it. At the moment, the base font is set to Legend. That is the particular font we are seeing right here. If you want to change it, you just click on the font. Then in here, you click on search. Then you search for the particular font you want to use. Now let me scroll to a location where we have plenty text showing. Maybe like here. Let's assume we want to use Poppins. I have Poppins here. I click on it. Looks like you have picked a Google font. Yes, I understand. I want to use it. And I click on continue and see how Poppins looks like. Let's test a different font. Maybe Nunito, which is also a nice color. You can also use Montserrat. I have Montserrat here, which is also nice. Maybe I want to use some traditional font, that is Times New Roman, like this. So this is how you can change the font for your website. After choosing the font, you can also set the font size by clicking on this number right here. At the moment, it is set to 16 pixels. Let's assume I want to make it 20. You see how it has changed. So this is how you can set font for your website. It should be noted that we have just changed the base font. You can also use different fonts for all the headings on your website. By default, the headings will pull the base font you have selected here. For instance, if I scroll to the top, I have heading 2 font right here, and this is heading 2. Maybe I want to use different font here. So I just click on it. Maybe I choose Vedana. The title has changed, meanwhile the base font is still the same. So this is how you can set different fonts for every single part of your website. I'll just take it back to the default, and the base font, I take it back to the original font, that's the Legend. I have it right here. I click on it and it has gone back to the original font. The size, I take it back from 20 to 16. Awesome. Upon making some changes, we go ahead and click on publish to save our work. And now we are done choosing the design system for our website. I exit out of here and everything will change. Awesome. So that's it on how to choose a design system for our website.
If you are finding value so far, please give this video a thumbs up. It does help me out so that the video will be suggested to more people on YouTube and also benefit more people. Alright, let's continue.
Next, let's go ahead and create some pages for our website. Already, we have some pages on the website, and we have the home page here, which is not visible at the moment, simply because the active link color is set to white, because we have selected some white color when we're choosing the design system for our website. But don't worry, later we'll change it to colors that will make it visible. To create a business website like the social media marketing website, you need some important pages. And some of these pages are the services page, about us page, contact us page, pricing page, frequently asked questions page, terms of service page, privacy policy page, refund policy page, and any other important pages you may want to have on your website. Since we already have some of the pages, I'll just show you how we can create the rest of the pages which we don't have right now. So to create the pages for our website, we head over to the back end, then we hover on pages, click on add new. We are seeing this dialog box because we are trying to create a page for the first time. I just exit out of here. At the left hand side, we don't have the WordPress menu, and it's very important to have it here so that you can easily navigate to other locations. So to enable it, we click on the 3 dots right here. Then we go ahead and click on full screen mode, and we now have our WordPress menu. Awesome. So the first page I'm going to create is the pricing page, since you want your customers to know your pricing plans. So I just call it pricing. Then I click on publish. Publish again. It is published. Let's create the next page. So I can either click on new from here, or I hover on top right here, then I click on page. Either way, they'll all take us to the same place. The next page I'm going to create is frequently asked questions page. I'll just call it FAQs. Then I go ahead and publish it. Let's create the next page. So I click on new. I'll create the terms of service page. Publish, publish again. Next, I create privacy policy. So I click on add new. Privacy policy. I click on publish. Awesome. The last page I'm going to add is refund policy page. So I click on add new. Then I go ahead and publish. It should be noted that whatever number of pages you'll be having on your website will depend upon your business requirements. One thing you have also noticed is that we are just creating the pages. Meanwhile, we are not entering any content for them. The reason is that we want to use Elementor to design all our pages. Now, if I go to all pages, you will see all the pages we have created on our website in addition to the existing pages. So now we have 10 pages in total, and you see the number right here. Now that we are done creating the pages of our website, the next thing we are going to do is create menus for our website. And for this website, we are going to create only 2 menus. At the moment, we already have a menu on our website. That is the very menu we have on top right here. And this menu is called the primary menu or the main menu. And since it's already there, I'll just show you how we can customize it. And then I'll show you how we can create another menu in addition to this very menu. To do that, we come to the front end of our website, then we click on customize. Scrolling down, we click on menus. And right here, you see that we have main menu, which is set as the current menu. Since it's already there, we just go ahead and customize it the way we want. So I click on it. Take note, we already have some pages on the menu. That is those pages we have here. Before we do anything here, I want to show the link to the home page. To do that, I just click on this blue icon right here. Then it will take me to the menu customizer. I click on design, then font color. I change the active color to maybe color 1. Now it is showing. I exit from here, then I go back, scrolling down, we go to menus again. Take note, we just went there to make this home page link visible. So I click on main menu. Now let's go ahead and add the other pages we want as part of the main menu. So I click on add items. We can refer to our demo website. So after services, we have pricing. So we add the pricing page, which is right here. I just click on it to add it. We also have the frequently asked questions page. That is right here. I click to add it. And now we have all the pages we need on our menu. It's time to rearrange them. So I take pricing and I drag it and put it under services. Like this. As you can see. Then I take frequently asked questions page and drag it under about. Awesome. Meanwhile, if we go over to our demo website, you see that we don't have the link to the home page. Simply because the logo of the website, when clicked on, to take us to the home page of our website. This means having the home page link right here is just a repetition. So we are also going to go ahead and take it off the menu. So I drop down the arrow right here, then I click on remove, and it's gone. Perfect. So we are done creating and customizing the main menu. Next, we are going to create the second menu for our website. So we click on back. From here, we click on create new menu. And this time around, we call it footer menu. You can give it whatever name you want. It doesn't really matter because this name right here is not going to show on the front end of your website. I click on next. Then we go ahead and add items to it by clicking on add items. And here we are going to add only 3 pages where we have refund, privacy policy, and then terms of service. You can rearrange it just the way you want. So I take terms of service on top, and then privacy policy page will follow. Perfect. At the moment, the footer menu wouldn't show on any location of our website. If we go to the very bottom, you see that we don't have it anywhere. So I'll show you how you can make it appear on your website in a moment. Upon making some changes, we go ahead and click on publish. We can exit out of here to see how everything will come up. Perfect. Now let's customize the header and the footer of our website. At the moment, this is how our header looks like. If we scroll down, this is how our footer looks like. So let's go ahead and customize them. And we are going to go ahead and start by customizing the header. To customize our header, we click on customize. Right here, we have header. We can just click on it to enable the header customization options. Or you can hover on the header and click on any of these blue icons right here. Clicking on any of them will enable the header customization settings. For instance, if I click on main row, it will open up the header customization settings. As you can see, the header customization will give us 3 layers. We have the top row, main row, and then the bottom row. At the moment, we are using the main row. That is where we have our logo, the menu, and then the search icon. So we have the logo here, menu 1, and then search. So if you want, you can rearrange them just the way you want. Now if I pick the logo, just click on it, then I can bring it in the middle here. Maybe I want the menu to be at the left side, so I just drag it and drop it here. We now have our menu here, meanwhile it is clashing with the logo. Or better still, you can pick the menu and bring it down right here. I can also take the search and bring it here. Awesome. So whichever layout you want, you can go ahead and customize it like so. Let's refer to our demo website and see what we've got. So going back, see that at the left side we have our logo, we have the menu in the middle, and at the far end we have a cat icon as well as a button. So going back, I take the logo here, then I bring the menu in the middle on the second row or the middle row like this. Meanwhile, we don't need the search button. If I come back, you see that we don't have the search button. So going back, we just click on the X icon to exit it. Upon closing it, it will take us to the header section. Finally, we bring the button right here, and I have it here. If you cannot see it here, make sure you are under the header customization setting. If I go back, this is where you can get to the header just by clicking on it. So I drag the button and I drop it in here. At the moment, we don't have access to the cat icon like we have here. We only have access to it when we install a plugin that will enable our visitors to be able to make orders on our website. So let's just deal with what we have for now. Now let's take our customization down further. To do that, we are going to go ahead and change the background color of our header. So to do that, we hover on the middle row, then we go ahead and click on the gear icon right here. It will take us to the main row customizer. From here, you can choose the height of your header. At the moment, it is set to 130 pixels. If I drag it towards the right, you see that it's increasing. If I drag it towards the left, you see that it's decreasing. So you can give it whatever height you want. For this tutorial, I'll just maintain the 130 pixels. And that is the default one. What height do you want to see when people are scrolling? So if I scroll, you see that the height has reduced. And that is the height we have right here. I'm inside the scroll state. So let me change the height to 90. You see how high 90 is. For this tutorial, I'll just maintain the 70. I'm just showing you the possibilities. Next, we go over to design, and this is where we want to change the background color. On the background, we have default state and sticky state. The default state is the color we see when we are not scrolling, and the sticky state is the color we see when we are scrolling. So the default state, I'll choose color 1. Now if I begin to scroll, you see that the white color still maintains. To change that, we go over to sticky state, and I'm going to go ahead and choose color 1 as well. So when we are not scrolling, we see our gray color. If we are scrolling, we see the same gray color. Awesome. Next, let's go ahead and choose a logo for our website. To do that, we click on the logo icon right here, and it will take us to the logo customization settings. To change the logo, we click on the pencil icon right here. In a situation where you already have your logo uploaded to your media library, you can easily go in here. Then you go ahead and choose your logo from here. Since we don't have our logo uploaded, I go to Upload Files, select Files, then I go ahead and locate the folder where I have my pictures. I'll leave all these images and other related files in the download section. I have my logo folder right here. I have 2 of them. I have logo footer and then logo main. I'll choose the logo main, which is the bigger one. Just select it. Then I click on open. One thing you should take notice is that your logo should be a transparent logo, so that whatever background color you have on your logo wouldn't obstruct the background color of your header. So the logo is uploaded. I click on select, and we have it right here. If you have a different logo which you want to upload for the sticky state, this is where you want to do that. By default, whichever logo you upload here will serve as the sticky logo. If I scroll, see we have the same thing. But to be at a safer side, I'll just go ahead and upload the same logo for the sticky logo. I select it, then I click on select. Next, we have logo height. This is where you can set the height of your logo. At the moment, it is set to 45 pixels. Let's say we want 60. This is how 60 will look like. I can also make it 90. You see how big it is. For this demonstration, I'll just maintain the 45 pixels. The logo is uploaded, but you don't see the name of my website. If we go to the demo website, you see that we have the logo as well as the name of our website. But here, we don't have it. So let's see how we can enable that. Scrolling down, we have site title. At the moment, it is off. We just go ahead and enable it. And you still see the original name there. That is renovation. This name is from the demo website we imported. Just take it off, then I enter Dikupages. You see that the logo and the title are not in the same line. If I go back here, they are in the same line. So going back, I scroll down, then we have logo image position. It is set to top. I click on left. Perfect. Now if I hover on the name of my website, you see that the hover color is changed to white. Meanwhile, on the demo website, the hover color is black as well as the active color. Going back, we scroll to the top, then we go over to design. And the site title color, the default state is set to black, and the hover is set to white. We go ahead and change it to black as well. Now if I hover, we have the black color. And whatever color we choose for the default state will affect the sticky state, unless of course you want to choose different colors for them. So if I scroll, you see we have the same colors being maintained. Awesome. Next, let's work on the menu colors. Even though it's the same color we want to maintain, if we go to the demo website, you see we have the same color. So to change the colors on your menu, just go ahead and click on the menu icon right here. Then we go over to design. The initial color is black, and that is what we want. The hover color is white, and I make sure it is set to color 8. Very important. And finally, the active color is this gray color, which we don't want. If I click on maybe pricing, you don't see the text anymore, simply because the background color of the header and then the active color is the same color. So to make it visible, I just go ahead and change the active color to white as well. Awesome. I exit from here. Finally, we have the button. To customize it, we click on it right here, or you can just click on the blue icon upon hover and it will take you to the button settings. We have two different designs to choose from. We have the default, which is what we are using, and we also have the ghost, and that is what I'm going to select. Next, we have size. We have small, medium, and then large. I will just maintain the small, and the label, instead of download, I'm going to set it to my account. At the moment, we don't have the link to the my account page yet. When we get it later on, we come back right here and enter it. For now, let's just leave the hashtag in here. Next, let's customize the colors. If I hover on the button, this is how it looks like. So to change the colors, we go to design. First, we have the font color, and the initial color is set to black. We leave it as it is. The hover color is set to white. We leave it as it is. Meanwhile, I'll make sure it is set to the color 8, which we always pick. Next, we have the button color. The default state for the initial is set to black, and that is what we want. The hover color, I'll make it black as well. So now if I hover, this is how it will look like. Awesome. And now we are done customizing our header. Take note, this is for desktop view. Let's see how it will come out on tablet as well as mobiles. I exit from the color. Down here, you see that we have desktop. I go ahead and click on tablet icon, and this is how our header will look like on tablet. And I think it's cool. What I'm going to change here is the trigger hover color. Now if I hover on it, you see that the color is one of our gray colors. To customize it, I just hover on it, then I click on the blue icon here, and we have 3 different styles. At the moment, we are using type 1. You can use type 2, and this is how it will look like. You can use type 3. Awesome. I'll just maintain type 1. Next, I go to design. Then the hover color, I set it to white. Now if I hover, this is cool. Next, we have the off canvas area. This is how the arrangement will be on our menu when it is in tablet mode or mobile mode. So I click on the trigger. You see that we have a logo right here. We don't need it. However, if you need it, this way you can set it. That is off canvas logo. You just go ahead and click on it. Then you can set your logo from here, just as we did for the main logo. Since we don't need it, I'll just click on the X icon to remove it. We don't also need HTML as well as socials. What we want to add is our button. So I'll pull it down here. Perfect. You see that our pricing link is not showing simply because the active color is white and the background color itself is also white. If you want to change the background color, you just hover on the off canvas area, then you click on the gear icon right here, and this way you can change it under design. Maybe the panel background, I want to make it gray like this, or maybe I can choose the darker one. I think the darker one is cool. I can also choose black. Unfortunately, you won't see the rest of the text, but you can still change the menu colors to whichever color you want so that they will be visible. Now I think I want to use the black background. I exit from here. So now let's change the menu colors. To do that, we click on mobile menu. Next, we go over to design. The font color, we set it to white. So I choose color 8. Everything is showing now. Next is the hover color. We click on it, then choose color 1. And then the active color 2 is set to color 1. Finally, let's work on the button. So we click on it from here, go to design, and from here we just go ahead and reverse the colors so that our button will be visible. So under font, the initial color, we set it to white, and then the hover color, we set it to black. Meanwhile, it's not visible upon hover. I exit from here, then I go to button color. And I'm going to go ahead and change the initial color to white, that is color 8, and then the hover color to color white as well. Perfect. If we go to mobile view, everything will be the same. Finally, let's change the color for the exit icon. If I hover here, you see that we have exit icon. Meanwhile, it's not showing on the default state unless we hover. To do that, we go over to the off canvas menu, then we click on the gear icon here. Under design, we have icon color. The initial color, we change it to white. I choose color 8. You see that it's now visible. And then the hover, I maintain color 1. So I can click on it to exit the off canvas. And now we are done with customizing our header. I click on publish to save the changes. And now we are done with customizing our header. I'll go back to desktop view. Awesome. So that's it on how we can customize our header. Next, let's go ahead and customize our footer. To do that, I go back, and we have footer here. I click on it, and to open up the footer settings, you can scroll to the bottom to see how our footer will come up when we begin to customize it. Similarly, on the footer, we have 3 rows. We have the top row, middle row, and then the bottom row. At the moment, we are using the middle row. That is where we have these images, the text and the logo here, as well as some contact information. And we have our copyright text under the bottom row. The first thing we want to do is go ahead and change the background colors of these 2 rows. So to change the background color, I just hover on the middle row, then I click on the gear icon, and it will take us to the middle row customization settings. Next, we go over to design, row background, we click on it, and we are going to go ahead and choose color 3. Similarly, we do the same thing for the copyright section. So I hover on it right here, and I click on bottom row. Under design, we change the background color to our color 3. However, you see that we don't have any separation between the middle row and then the bottom row. So what I do is I exit from here. Then we have 2 dividers. We have row top divider and row bottom divider. The top divider, we go ahead and click on none. From here, you can choose any line style you want. I'm going to go ahead and choose this one. Still, we cannot see anything simply because the color is the same as the background color. So I click on it. From here, you can choose whatever color you want. As you can see, for this demonstration, I'll use color 1. And you see it right here. Very light, but I can see it. However, if you want, you can increase the line weight. At the moment, it is set to 1. So maybe I want it to be 5. This is how it will look like. I will just leave it as 1 for this demonstration. Now, if we go to our demo website and scroll to the bottom, you see that we have our copyright text at the right side of the footer, and we have a menu at the left side. Let's see how we can achieve this. Going back, here we need to split our bottom row into 2. To do that, we go back to General. Take note, we are still under the bottom row. So I click on General. At the moment, under columns, it is set to 1. Let's choose 2. And we now have 2 columns. And you see that the copyright text has moved to the left side. Meanwhile, we don't need to be at the left. So we go ahead and grab it and drag it into the second section. Meanwhile, in the first section, that is the left side, we want to have a menu there. And take note, we are going to add our footer menu right there. To do that, we click on back. And as you can see, we have some widgets we can use. Some of them are active, others are not. The ones that are not active, it means that we are already using them. Like widget area 1, area 2, area 3. You see that they are not active. But area 4, area 5, and 6 are active. It means we can go ahead and use them. But we don't need them. We only need our footer menu. So we click on it. Then we go ahead and drag it and drop right here. Unfortunately, it has picked all the pages we have on our website. We don't want that. So what we do is we go ahead and click on it from here, and it will take us to the footer menu settings. And the select menu, we drop down the arrow, then we choose footer menu. And we have it right here. Awesome. Let's take our customization further. With the footer still selected, going down, under horizontal alignment for desktop, we make sure that left is selected. And for vertical alignment, we choose the middle one. You see the movement. If I reverse it, you see the movement. If I choose it, you see the movement. So it's in the middle of the section as well as the left side. Now if I choose right, you see how it has moved middle, but we don't want it that way. We just want it to be left. Let's do the same thing to copyright. Upon clicking on it, under horizontal alignment, at the moment it is set to center, we want it to be at the right, and vertical alignment, we want it to be in the middle. Now let's see how it will come out on tablets and mobiles. You can select the tablets from here or from here. Either way, they will all take you to the same place. At the moment, you see that desktop is active here, and the same thing is active here and here. So I click on tablets. You see the movement. It has moved from desktop to tablet. Now let's scroll down to see how it looks like. This is how it is. For the middle row, it is cool. We don't do anything here. We just leave it as it is. So let's work on this. First of all, we have the footer menu. Horizontal alignment, we set it to middle. Going down, vertical alignment too is set to middle. We leave it as it is. Next, we click on copyright. Then horizontal alignment, we take it to middle, and vertical is also middle. Now we are done with the main customizations. Next, let's go ahead and enter the content for the various widgets. I'll take you to desktop mode, and I'm going to go ahead and start with these images. To edit it, just hover on it, then go ahead and click on edit. You see this widget right here. We don't need it. Just click on got it, and it will go off. And we have all the images right here. This is where we want to switch from these images to our own images. To change the very first one, just go ahead and click on it. Then you see this bar right here. Click on replace. If you have your images in the media library, you can just go ahead and open the media library. Then you select the image you want to use. I have the images I want to use. So I'll go over to upload files, select files. Then I'll go to the location where I have my files. I have them right here. I just select the first one, click on open. It is uploaded. I click on select. And we have it right here as well as here. Next, I click on the second image, replace, open media library. Now what I'm going to do is I'll just go ahead and upload all the images I want to be using for this demonstration so that I wouldn't be going up and down to upload them. So I'll just open up the folder where I have all my images. For instance, if I want the images I'm using now, I'll just open this. I select the ones I've not uploaded yet. Take note, I've already uploaded this, that is right here. I'll just select the ones I want to upload. I click on any one of them, then I drag it and drop right here. And they are uploading. Similarly, I can upload the rest of the images I want to use on the website. Alright, I have all the images uploaded. So I just go ahead and upload the images I'm working on for now. I select this, click on select, and it has changed. You see it here as well as here. Similarly, I do the same thing to the rest of the images. Alright, I've changed all the images. Next, let's work on the middle widgets. To do that, we just hover and click on the edit icon. We'll change the logo by selecting it, replace, open media library. Okay, I've not uploaded the footer logo. So I go to upload files, select files. I have it somewhere here, logo footer. It is uploaded, click on select, and it's right here. I can decrease the size just by pointing on the circular icon right here. Then I drag up like this. I think this match is cool. Next, we change the text right here, and I'm just going to go ahead and grab it from the demo website. Going back, I select everything, and I'll just go ahead and paste. Next, let's change the contact details. So we hover, then we click on edit. This is where you want to enter your phone number. That is if you want that. So I just highlight everything. Similarly, I do the same thing to the physical address and then the email address. Take note, if you don't need this, you can just go ahead and take them off. It doesn't really matter. Next, let's go over to the copyright section. So we click on it right here, and this is where we want to change it. What we are going to change is WordPress theme by. First of all, I bring the name of my website. If you are making the website for a client, maybe you can add your website link. With that, you can bring the pipe character. Then you can say design by. Then you enter the name of your company. So assuming the name of my company is Universal, then I can link it to my website by highlighting it. Click on link icon. Then I go ahead and enter the URL to my website. For now, I put hashtag. So this is how it will look like. But let's assume we are making the website for our business and not for a client. So I'll just limit everything to the name of my website right here. Maybe I make it Dikupages agency. Everything is set. I click on publish to save my work. And now we are done customizing our footer. I exit out of here. So we have our header here, need to customize, and then our footer down here. Awesome. Now it's time to start designing the pages of our website. At the moment, this is how our home page looks like. If we go over to the demo website, this is how it looks like. And I'm going to show you step by step as to how you can customize it to fit your business brand, just as we have on our demo website. To do that, we make sure we are on the home page of our website. To be sure you are on the home page, just check your URL, or you can just go ahead and click on the logo of your website. When you are on the home page, you go ahead and click on Edit with Elementor, since we'll be using the Elementor page builder in order to design the pages of our website. Now here it is saying that your site doesn't have a default kit. So all you need to do is go ahead and click on Recreate Kit. So we click on it, which will open in a new tab. From here, under Recreate Kit, we click on Recreate Kit button. And it is done. We go ahead and click on Save Changes right here. All is set. We exit out of here. We click on Go Back. Then we click on Edit with Elementor again. Inside the Elementor editor, the first thing you notice here is this navigator. And you see that we have container, container, container. All these containers will take you to different sections of our page. Now, if I click on this very one, it will take me to a particular section, that is our works section. If I click on the top one, it will take me to the hero section. So if you want to work on any section, you can just go ahead and click on the related container from here, then it will take you to that section. Or better still, you can just scroll from here to the particular section you want. Let's exit from this bar right here. It is just an alert telling us to upgrade to the premium version of the Elementor page builder. We don't need that for this tutorial. So the first thing we are going to do is work on the hero section of our page. Now if I click on the container of that section, it opens up the edit container panel at the left side. If you look closely, the hero section is being surrounded by this pink color right here. As you can see, inside the container, we have two columns. That is, one column is right here, and then we have another column right here. To verify that, you can just go ahead and drop down the arrow for the container like this, and you see that we have another two containers inside it. If we drop down the arrow on the first container, you see that we have heading text, text editor, and then button. So this is the heading text, this is text editor, and finally this is the button. So now let's see how we can customize them. If you look closely, The first container is narrow as compared to the second container. Let me close the navigator for now. I exit it. If you need it, this is where you can enable it. That is navigator right here. If I click, it will come back. I take it off for now. First of all, let's change the contents on the hero section. The first one we deal with is the header right here. So we select it just by clicking inside and it will be activated here. So what I'm going to do is take everything off. Then I go ahead and enter in my text. I'll just go to the demo website and grab the text right there. So I highlight it, copy, go back, paste it in here. The text here, I go back and I have it right here. Just copy it. Take note, I'm using the shortcut for copy. That is Ctrl+C keys on the keyboard if you are using Windows. So going back, I just select it from here, then I go ahead and paste. And paste is Ctrl+V. Next, we have this text on top right here, social media content done for you. I'll just copy it. Meanwhile, we don't have a place to put it. So I go to the 9 dots icon right here, which will take me to the various widgets or elements if you want to call it. And I'm going to go ahead and use the heading element. I drag it and drop it on top. Make sure you see this pink color on top right here before you drop. So I release. Then from here, I go ahead and paste in my text. It is too big. First of all, I change the HTML tag from H2 to H6. So I drop down the arrow here and I select 6. Next, I go over to style and I'm going to go ahead and change the font size. So I click on the pencil icon and the typography, and then the size, I make it 20. So I just click in here and I enter 20. Going down, we have our button here. If we go to the demo site, it is pointing to the services page of our website. But in here, we have contact us. So just go ahead and select it. The text, we remove what is here and we enter our services. And the link, we link it to the services page. So just remove what is here, then begin to type the name of your page. It will give you the best match. I select services and the link will be inserted. On the demo website, if I hover on the button, this is how it looks like. The background color on hover is white and the text is black. So it's just the reverse of the original button. Going back, so to change that, I go over to style. Take note, normal text color is white. So I make sure color 8 is selected. That is the very white I will be using. And then the background color is already black, so we leave it as it is. Next, we go over to hover. The text color for hover is going to be black. So we choose our black color. And the background color for hover is going to be white. Take note, I'm picking the colors by clicking on the globe icon right here. It's very important. You don't need to go here. If you go here, it will open up the color palette for you. So go ahead and click on the globe icon. Then scrolling down, we choose white. Perfect. And now we are done with the content on this column. Going up, this image, we don't need it, and it is being applied to the entire column. To take it off, we click on edit column right here or edit container. Then it will open up the edit container panel. We go over to style and you see that we have the image here. We just click on the delete icon from here and it is gone. Going to the demo website, you see that we have an image here. We go back, then we click on the 9 dots icon to take us to elements, and we are going to go ahead and use the image element. I drag it and drop it in here. Next, we go ahead and click on choose image, and this is the image we want to use. I select it, then I click on select. Next, I go over to style and I make sure the width is set to 100%. If we go over to our demo website, you see that our image is having this rounded corners. So going back, we head over to border radius. The first thing we do is unlink the values, and then top, we are going to make it 50. Okay, at the moment it is not being shown. So what we do first is I just maintain the 0. Then we are going to adjust our columns. Now if I click on edit container on the first one, under the container width, it is set to 30. I want to make it 50. And I make the second one 50 as well. So I click on edit container. Now make sure I go to layout. At the moment it is set to 70. So I make it 50. Meanwhile, the image is being shifted towards the right. I go over to advanced, and the margin, you see that the right is set to -120 and then the left is set to 120. I make everything 0, 0, 0 here, and then 0 here as well. The image, I don't want it to hit on top right here, so I make sure I select it. Just click on the pencil icon. I go back to layout, and the justify content, I select center. You see that the text here has overflown to the next column. We don't want it that way, so I select it. Then we go over to advanced, and the margin, you see that the right side is set to -250. We just go ahead and take it off, make it 0. The bottom, we leave it as 50. There's too much space in between the text, so I go over to style, and the typography, I click on the pencil icon. Then I have line height. At the moment it is set to 1.5 em. I just go ahead and make it 1 em, like this. Meanwhile, the space in between the top text, the second one, is closed up. So I select the top one, then I go over to advanced. I unlink the values and the margin. Then bottom, I enter 20. Next, I'm going to go ahead and close the gap in between this text and the button. So I select the text, then I go over to advanced. The moment it is set to 80, I go ahead and make it 50. Now that we have these settings done, we can now go ahead and edit our image. So I select it by just clicking on it. Then under border radius, the top is going to be 50. It is right here. I don't know if you can see. Maybe let me increase it for you to see before I move ahead. Maybe I say 500. You see the curve. So this is how it will look like. But I need it to be 50. So I remove 1 0. So the curve is right here. Then the right side, that is here, I make it 200. Bottom is going to be 50. And finally, left is going to be 300. Awesome. And that is the same thing we have right here. The final thing we are going to do on the hero section is change the background color to match with our header background color, like we have here. You see that you don't see any difference in between the header color and then the background color of the hero section. So going back, I click on the 6 dots icon right here to enable the container for the background. Next, I click on style, and the background, I click on classic. Then I go ahead and click on the globe icon. Then I choose color 1. Now if I update, then I go ahead and click on preview changes, which will open in a new tab. This is how it will look like. Awesome. Now everything is coming up pretty well. I can exit from here for now. So that's it on how we design the hero section of our home page. The next section we are going to design is the about section. If I go to the demo website, we have the about section right here, right below the hero section. So going back, then we scroll down. It means that we don't need this particular section right here. So I just hover on it, and I go ahead and click on the X icon right here to take it off. And looking at the next section, is kind of similar to the about section we have here. So we are just going to go ahead and customize it to fit our needs. First of all, what I do is set a background image for the entire column. So to do that, I click on edit container. Then I go over to style, and the background type, I have image here. Just go ahead and click on choose image. And this is the image I want to use. I select it, then I click on select. And the image position, I change it to center. And I repeat, I set it to no repeat. And then display size, I choose cover. Meanwhile, I don't need this text, so I just right click on it, then I click on delete, right click, delete, and they are gone. As you can see, the height of the column has reduced. Meanwhile, we don't need this short. So what I can do is go ahead and search for spacer widget. So I click on the search, then I type spacer. I have it right here. I'll just drag it and drop in here. Then the size, I change it from 50 to 400. And now we are done with it as we have right here. Next, I don't need all this, so I just go ahead and take them off by right clicking and clicking on delete. First thing I do is get my heading title, so I just click on it from here, then I drag it in here. I change the text to about us. Next, I click on this 9 dot icon to go to widgets. Then I drag in the text editor like this. I can change the text by going to my demo website. I'll just grab everything from here, copy, come back, and I go ahead and paste it in here. Next, I go back to widgets. Take note, I can grab the button from here, but I don't want to do that. What I'm going to do is go ahead and copy the existing button we have on the website, like this one. So I right click on it, click on copy, come down right here, just hover on the last widgets we have added, and right click, then click on paste, and it will come down here. Meanwhile, the text is not our services, it is more info. And the link, will link it up to the about page. So I take off this, then I type in about. Then I'll be given the perfect match. I just click on it to insert the link. Next, I go over to style. The font size is too big. I click on the pencil icon and the typography. At the moment it is 18. I make it 13. There's no gap in between the header and then the text, as well as the text and then the button. Let's paste them up. The button is already selected, so I go over to advanced. First of all, under margin, I unlink the values, and then top, I'll change it from 0 to 50, and you see the space. Next, I click on the title, then I go over to advanced. I unlink the values and the margin, then bottom, I enter 50. Awesome. You can view the page by hiding the panel like this. Perfect. And this is cool, just as we have right here. When all is set, I go ahead and click on update. And now we are done designing the about section of our home page. Now let's go ahead and design our works section. So here you can give it whatever title you want. First of all, I don't need this small title on top. So I just right click on it, then I click on delete. Then instead of our works, I'm going to go ahead and change it to our portfolio. So I just select it and I change it from here. Next, we go ahead and customize this slider right here. It is using the HT slider. So I'll show you how we do the customization. To do that, we go to the back end of our website. Then going down, we have HT slider. Just go ahead and click on all sliders. In here, we have 3 sliders. However, we are not going to use all of them. So first of all, let me take off one slider. That is slider 3. So I just click on trash, and it has moved to the trash. So we are going to customize these 2 sliders to suit our needs. So the first one, just hover on it, then right click on edit with Elementor, open link in a new tab. The reason is that we don't want to lose our dashboard. So I go ahead and click on it from here. At the moment, the slider is using 2 images. That is 2 different containers. And I'm going to go ahead and make it 3, just as we have on our demo website, like this one here. So going back, I just hover on edit container right here, right click, then I click on duplicate. Now I have 3 images. So I just select the first one, and I go ahead and change the image from here. Just click on it, and I'm going to use my designs from here, the same design we use on our footer. That is right here. Let me show you. here, I'm going to put the same design there. So I scroll to that section back. Going back, I select this one, click on select. I click on the second one, choose image. I click on the second image, select. Finally, I click on the third one, choose image. Then I select my third design, click on select. All is set. I click on update. Now I can exit from here. Let's refresh this page to see what will happen. Before I do that, take note, I made some changes on top here. So I just go ahead and update them. Now let's preview the changes. If I scroll down, this is how it will look like. If I click on the next one, you see that I still have the original one right here. So let's change that one as well. So I go back to the back end, and on slide 2, we right click on edit with Elementor, open link in a new tab. I click on it. Similarly, we do the same thing. So we duplicate one of the columns like this. I click on the image to edit it, choose image. I choose the fourth design, select, click in here, choose image, fifth design, select, and finally the last one, choose image, select. I update, then I exit out of here. Now if I go to the front end and refresh, then I scroll, we now have our slider intact. However, people need to click on the navigators right here to scroll them. Let's make it autoplay. So we go to the Elementor editor. Before I do that, let me just get rid of this by reloading the page. Alright, scrolling down, I click on the pencil icon right here. Under slider options, I set it to slider autoplay like this. You see that? The autoplay speed at the moment it is set to 4 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and make it 3 seconds. Perfect. Everything is set. I go ahead and click on update. And now we are done with the portfolio section. Now that we are done working with our portfolio section, the next section we want to deal with is the testimonial section. If I go to the Elementor editor, we already have the testimonial section, but this is not the style we want to use. We want it to be like the one we have on our demo website. As you can see, 3 testimonials are being displayed, but if we go over to our current website, we have only 1 testimonial being displayed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all these widgets. So I just right click on it like this, and I click on delete, right click, delete, and then right click, delete. Now it's empty for me to start customizing it just the way I want. Next thing I do is go over to search widgets, then I search for testimonial. I have the testimonial widget right here. I just drag it and drop it in here. I have the text, but it's not showing. This is the content of the testimonial. This is where I can choose my image. Then I have the name of the client who is giving the testimony and their title. Before I enter this content, first of all, let me make my text visible. So I go over to Style, and the text color for content, I click on the globe icon, and I'm going to go ahead and choose color 3. Next, I go over to Name, and I change the text color to white, and I choose color 8. Finally, the title, I change it to white as well. Now I can enter the content of the testimonial. So I go back to content. I'll just go to the demo website and copy it. Come back, and I go ahead and enter it in here. I click here to choose the image. I'll use this image for the first one. Click on select, and the name, I'll change it to this same name. And the title is going to be Happy Client. Going down, I want to align it to left, which is pretty cool. Next thing I'm going to do is go ahead and duplicate this testimonial in order to have 3 testimonials. So I right click on it, click on duplicate, right click again, duplicate. And you see that they are stacked on top of each other. I don't want it that way. So what I do is I select the entire container. I clicking on the 6 dots icon right here. And the items, we have direction. And I'm going to go ahead and choose row horizontal. You see that we don't have much space in between them. So I'll set the gap to 50. Now let's edit the other 2 testimonials. So I select this one. To enable it, I go over to the demo website. I copy this, come back in here, paste the image. I'll change a different one. I will use this, click on select, going back. The name is going to be John Doe, and he's an influencer. Going back, I copy the last testimonial, come back, click here, then I go ahead and paste. I change the image, maybe to this one, click on select, and I change the name to Miriam Jima, and she's a designer. Let's update, and we take a look. Going down, we have our cool testimonial section, just like the one we have on our demo website. I exit from here, and that's it on how we can design our testimonial section. Now let's design the why choose us section for our website. This is how it looks like on our website currently, and this is what we want to achieve after customizing it. Going back, first of all, we don't need this title here. Right click on it, then click on delete to take it off. We don't also need these buttons, so I'll go ahead and delete them by right clicking on them. Click on delete, right click, delete, right click, delete, right click, and delete. Next, let's change the content. So the first one, the title, is going to be effortless account management. I copy it, and this is where I want to enter it. Going back, we have the content itself. I paste it in here. I go back again, then I pick this, select the title, paste it in here. Going back, I copy this, I select the text, then I go ahead and paste it in here. Similarly, I will do the same thing to the rest of these 2. Alright, I've entered the text. However, you see that the titles are too big, and I want it to look like the one we have on our demo website. So going back, I select the title, and I'm going to go ahead and change the HTML tag. It is at the moment set to H4. I will change it to H6. I select the second one and change it from H4 to H6. Select the third one, choose H6, and then finally the fourth one, choose H6. Awesome. As you can see, we don't have much space in between them. On the demo website, you see that we have some space. So going back, I select the text here, then I go over to advanced. And the margin, at the moment it is set to 30 for bottom. I'm going to go ahead and make it 100. Similarly, I do the same thing here by selecting it, advanced, and the margin bottom, I change it to 100. Finally, I change the image here. So I just select it by clicking on it. Then I go over to choose image. And this is the image I want to use. I click on select. And now we are done with the why choose us section. I click on update to save my work. We can take a look. Going down, it is now similar with the one we have on our demo website. Awesome. So that's it on how to design the why choose us section. Now let's customize the numbers section of our website, or if you want, you can call it the statistics. Here we have two sections. That is the numbers section and the section we have on top here. The emphasis here is the numbers section. However, this section has been added just to add beauty to the website, just to add a flair to our page. If you don't need it, you can just go ahead and exit it from here. But I want us to use it, so let's go ahead and customize it to suit our needs. So first of all, I'm going to go ahead and change this text. So I go to the demo website and I'll pick it from there. So the first one, I have team collaboration. I copy it, come back in here, then I go ahead and paste. Going back, I copy this text, I select it from here, then I go ahead and paste. It should be noted that you can enter whatever text you want, just to give a bit of information about your services or your business. Next, I go ahead and change this image, and it is being applied to the container right here. So I click on edit container, I go to style, and I have it right here. I click on it to change it, and this is the image I want to use. I select it, then I click on select, and we are done with that section. Going down, let's work with the numbers section. The next thing I'm going to do is take off this widget. I don't need it. So I right click, click on delete, and I'm going to go ahead and add a heading widget. So I drag it and drop it in here. And the text, I'm going to enter our numbers. At the moment, it is not visible, and the reason is that the text is black and the background too is black. So what I do is I select the container and I go over to style. Then the background color, I set it to my color 1. Next, I select the text here, that is our numbers. Then I change the HTML tag from H2 to H3. Now let's customize the numbers. So the first one is going to be years of experience, and it's going to be 8+. I'll just copy this. Going back, I select the first one, and this is where you want to enter the number, that is the ending number. So I set it to 8. Next is number suffix. This is where you enter the plus. And finally, the title, instead of awards winning, I enter years of experience. Next, I go over to style. The number color is set to white. I'm going to change it to black. So I'll choose my color 4. And then the title color, I change it to black as well. To repeat the same colors for the rest of the two numbers, I can right click on this one, click on copy, right click here, click on paste style, right click, click on paste style. Now let's change the text. I select it, and the number will be 378. I select this, then I enter 401 projects completed. Awesome. And now we are done. I click on update to save my work. Let's take a look. Going down, everything is set. Awesome. Just as we have on our demo website. Perfect. So that's it on how to customize our numbers section. Now let's customize the brand section of our website. This is where you want to add the logos of the popular brands you have worked with. By adding the brand section to your website, will give it a good standing. However, if you don't need it, you can just go ahead and click on the X icon right here to take it off. For this demonstration, I'm going to use it, so I'll show you how you can customize it. To do that, I click on the pencil icon on the one I want to change. Then I click on choose image. I'll just go ahead and select my logo as an example. Then I click on select. Perfect. I can also change this by clicking on it, choose image. I'll use this icon, select it, and I click on select, and it has changed. Similarly, you can do the same thing to the rest of the logos. Now, as you can see, at the moment 5 logos are being shown. You can increase it or decrease it to whatever number you want. However, you shouldn't make it too much, otherwise the whole thing will look clumsy. So if you want to add additional logos, what you need to do is just right click on any one of them like this, Then you click on duplicate. Next, you go ahead and switch the image. For this demonstration, I'll just limit it to the 5 logos. So I right click again, then I select delete. And now we are done with the branding section. I'll update to save my work. And that's it on how to customize the brand section of our website. Next, let's go ahead and customize our call to actions. And we have 2 calls to actions. The first one is a contact form, which you can use to take whatever information you want from your customers. And the second one is just a text with a button that can take your client to whichever page you want. So we are going to go ahead and customize the 2 sections together, starting with the contact form. If I go to the demo website, then we go to that section, you see that it is set to book a call, where users can enter in their details, that is their name, email, and phone number, in order to book a call with us. And we also have this nice background image. If I scroll, the image is fixed, as you can see, and this is very cool. So let's see how we can customize that. Going back, first of all, I'm going to go ahead and change the background image. So I select the entire container by clicking on the 6 dots icon right here. I go over to style, and this is where I have the image. I just click on it, and this is the image I want to use. I select it, then I click on select. At the moment, if I scroll, the image will move along with the page. So to make it fixed, I come over to attachments, then I'm going to go ahead and set it from default to fixed. Now if I scroll, you now see that the image is static. Awesome. Now let's customize the form. So the title, I'm going to go ahead and change it to book a call. So I select it, then I enter it in here. And I'll switch this text to this. We are ready to help you with your business. Now the form itself, we cannot customize it here. To do that, we need to go to the backend of our website. Now looking at the phone field, at the moment it is optional. The reason is that we don't have this red asterisk here. Going to our demo website, see that the phone field is mandatory on the demo website. So let's see how we can change that. Also, if you look at the button, at the moment it is set to book appointment. But going to our demo website, it is set to schedule a call. So let's see how we can customize that. To do that, I go to the backend of my website. Then I go over to WP Forms, click on All Forms. We have 3 forms here, and this is the very form we want to work with. I'm going to go ahead and open it in a new tab. So I right click on it, open link in a new tab. And this is where we can customize the form. The first 2 fields are okay. We just want to work on the 3rd field. So I select it, then I make sure it is set to required. At the moment, we are under fields. Let's go over to settings. Under general, this is where we can change the name of our form. So instead of book appointment, I will say book a call. You can give it a description if you want. Don't need that, so I leave it as it is. Next is submit button text. You see that it is set to book an appointment, and that is what we have here. And we want to change it to schedule a call, as we have on our demo website. So going back to the form builder, I enter schedule a call. Next, let's go over to notifications. The first field, we have sent to email address. This is where you want to enter the email address where you want the form messages to go to. If you leave this tag in here, it means that you want it to go to the particular email address you used when you were setting up WordPress. If you don't want the email to go to that particular email, then you can just go ahead and specify the particular email address where you want your form to be submitted to. I leave mine as it is. Next is subject line. When you say submit the form, what text do you want to see as the subject? I'll make it book a call entry form. Like this. From name, at the moment it is set to the name we had from the demo website we imported. So I'll change it to the name of my website. Going down, next we have from email, and this email is the same as the send to email address. Next, I go over to confirmations, and this is where you want to enter the text your users will see each time they submit a book a call form. So instead of thanks for contacting us, I'll say thanks for booking a call with us. We will be in touch with you shortly. All is set. I click on save to save my work. Going to the Elementor builder, I refresh the page, but before I do that, first of all, let me update it in order to save the changes I've made here. Now I refresh. Going down, now you see that the phone field is set to mandatory and the button text is now schedule a call, just as we have on our demo website. And now we are done customizing our form section. Going down to the final section, at the moment this is how it is looking, and this is how we want it to look like. So what I do is I'll just grab this text, going back, I click in here, then I go ahead and enter it. Next I go over to style, and I'm going to go ahead and change the text color to black. Awesome. The button, I select it, and I'm going to go ahead and link it to the services page of my website. Take note, you can link it to whatever page you want. So I enter services, and it will give me the best match. I just click on the link I want to insert it. The button text, if you want to change it, this is where you can do that. Finally, let's change the image here. I just click on it. I have it right here. I choose image, and this is the image I want to use. I select it, then I click on select, and now we are done. I click on update to save my work. Let's take a look. Going down, everything is cool. Awesome. And now we are done designing our call to action as well as designing the entire home page. Let's see how we can make it mobile and tablet responsive. To do that, I click on responsive mode right here. At the moment, it is on desktop mode. So I'll go ahead and choose tablet, and I'll start from the top. You see that the text on our hero section is not looking good. So first of all, let's start by fixing the top one. I select it, then I go over to style, and I'm going to go ahead and change the font size. So I click on the pencil icon on typography, and I'll set it to 16. Next, I select this text. I don't want it to overflow onto the next column. I click on advanced, and the margin, you see that the right is set to -200. I take it off. I just make it 0, and now it's looking good. I want to create my space in between this text and the bottom one. So I come to bottom and I make it 50. And we are done with the hero section. Going down, everything here is awesome. Maybe the testimonial, I want to reduce the font size here. So I click on the first one, then I go over to style. I click on the pencil icon on typography, and this is where I can change the size. Maybe 20 or 18. I think 18 will do. Next, I right click on it, copy, right click in here, paste style, right click, paste style. Perfect. Going down, here too is cool. Going down, okay, this is not looking great. I select it, then I go over to style, and I'm going to go ahead and change the size, maybe to 20. I think 18 is cool. I can also reduce the size here by selecting it, go to style, click on the pencil icon on typography, and I can change it to 16. Going down, everything here is cool, except that I want to decrease the spacing in between the text here. So I click on the pencil icon here. Then I go over to style. Take note, it is the title. So I go over to title. And the typography, I click on the pencil icon. Right here we have line height. I click in there, then I make it 1.5. Similarly, I do the same thing to the rest of the two. So I just right click on it, copy, right click, paste style, right click, paste style. Awesome. Next, we have our brand section, which is cool. So we don't do anything here. Going down. All right, the rest of the two sections are awesome. Next, let's go over to mobile view. And starting from the top, on mobile, the image here, I don't want to see it. So what I'm going to do is I select the entire container like this. Then I go over to advanced. Scrolling down, I click on responsive. And then the visibility, I had it on mobile. So if I hide the panel, you see that it's not going to be shown on mobile devices. Perfect. Bringing it back, you only see it on the editing mode. Now going down, here is cool, so I don't do anything. Awesome. Here too is cool. I leave it as it is. The title here is not properly aligned. I just select it. Then I go ahead and center it. The container here is too high. So I select it from here. That is edit container. Then I go over to advanced. I unlink the values under padding. And then top, I make it 50. Bottom, 50. Looking at the containers for the numbers, they are also high. I select this one. Advanced. I unlink the values and the padding, and then top, I make it 20, bottom 20 as well. Similarly, I do the same thing to the rest of the two. So what I can do is I right click on edit container, I copy it, right click on the second one, paste style, and then the third one, paste style, and now everything looks cool. Going down, our brand section is cool, followed by our call to action. Awesome. And now we are done making our page mobile and tablet responsive. I click to update, and that's it on how you can make your page mobile and tablet responsive. Now I can exit out of here by going over to the hamburger menu here. Then I click on view page. Awesome. Now that we are done designing our home page, the next page we want to design is a services page. So I go ahead and click on it. At the moment, this is how our services page looks like. If we go over to our demo website and go to services, this is how it looks like. So we are going to go ahead and customize it from this to this. So we will edit it with Elementor right here. Inside the Elementor editor, first of all, I'm going to go ahead and clean up the page by taking off the sections I don't need. And the first one is this very section. I don't need it, so I just click on the X icon to exit it. I don't also need this section. I close it up. I need this section, so I leave it. Going down, I don't need this section. I exit it. I need this section, so I'm going to go ahead and leave it. Going down, I need this section. And finally, I have this section which I don't need. So I'll just go ahead and take it off. Take note, whichever section you think you can use, you will leave it and customize it just the way you want. Now our services page is similar to the one we have on our demo website. As you can see, it's just that we have to make some minor tweaks. Going back, I bring back the panel. And the first thing we are going to do is create a banner for the page. At the moment, we don't have any banner here. If I go to the demo website, you see that we have a banner here. So let's go ahead and create it. To create the banner, I go ahead and click on the plus icon right here to make room for a new section. I click on the plus icon to add a new container. And I'm going to go ahead and choose the very first container. And the minimum height, I'm going to set it to 300 pixels. Next, I go over to style, and the background, I choose classic, and I'm going to go ahead and change it to my color one. Next, I go to widgets, and I'm going to go ahead and add in the heading widget like this. Let's see what we have on our demo website. I have what we do. I can just grab it. Going back, I paste it in here. Next, I'll go ahead and duplicate this text. I right click on it, duplicate, and this one, I call it our services. I'm going to reduce the HTML tag for the first one to A6. At the moment, it is A2. Make sure it is selected. Then I drop down the arrow here. I choose H6. And you see that everything is aligned at the left side and also on top. I select the entire container by clicking on the 6 dots icon right here. And the layout, justify content, I set it to center. And then align items, I set it to center as well. Awesome. And we are done with the banner section. Now let's refer to our services page and see what we have. Going down, you see that we have the services here. So I go back to my page builder. Going down, this section will fit very well. So what I'm going to do is I just right click on the 6 dots icon right here. Then I click on copy. Going up, I provide a space for new section here by clicking on the plus icon. Right click in here, then I click on paste. There are 2 sections. I've just copied the first one. So I go back again, then I copy the second one. Right click, copy, go back. I provide a space for new section by clicking on the plus icon here. Right click, click on paste. Now that we have these sections here, it means that we don't need it here anymore. So I just go ahead and close them up. Perfect. Going up, we can start customizing our sections. However, you see that there's no space in between the banner here and this particular section. So what I do is I'm going to go ahead and select the banner. That is the entire container. Then I go over to advanced. And the margin, I unlink the values. Then bottom, I set it to 130 pixels. Now we are going to go ahead and edit the contents of these containers to represent our services. The first container here, I'm just going to go ahead and add the text widget. So I go over to widgets. Then I drag in the text editor. And this is where I enter the content of my services. I've just copied it from the demo website. The title, I select it and I'm going to go ahead and align it to left. The color, I go over to style and I change it from white to black. If you watch closely, there's an icon at the background. I don't need it. So what I do is I select the entire container here. Then I go over to style. And this is the image here. I just click on the delete icon to take it off. The next container, we customize it to fit one of our services. Let's refer to our demo website. The first one here is Facebook. Going back, I click in here. Then I change the text to Facebook. The background image is applied to the entire container. So I click on edit container. Then I go over to style. This way we can choose the image. I select it. And this is the image I want to use. I click on select. The next service is Instagram. So I do the same thing. I select the text. I enter Instagram here. The background image is applied to the container. So I click on edit container. I go over to style. I choose my image from here. I select this image. Then I click on select. Similarly, I will do the same thing to the rest of the 3 containers. Alright, all is set and we are done. Now, if for instance you have more than 5 services and you want to increase it, all what you need to do is go ahead and duplicate this section right here by right clicking on the 6 dots icon here, then click on duplicate. Then on the duplicated one, you can go ahead and enter your services. So let's assume you have additional 2 services. It means that you wouldn't need this particular container here. So what you can do is just right click on the text, then you click on delete, and then the image, you select the entire container, then go over to style, then delete it from here so that the container will be empty. Or better still, you can just right click on the container, then you click on delete. However, the rest of the containers will stretch up to fill the entire section. Since I have 5 services, I'll just go ahead and exit from here. And now we are done customizing the services section of our services page. Going down, we have how it works section. The first thing I do is change the color to this text. I need it, so I'll just click on it. Then I go over to style, and the text color, I change it to black. Next is this title. Instead of our proven 6-step process, I'll make it our proven 3-step process. So I just take off the 6 from here, then I enter 3. Next, I change the content here to match with the steps of my website. If I go over to the services page on the demo website, this is what we have. So let's see how we can achieve this. Going back, I click on the pencil icon on the first one, and this is where we can choose our icon. I click on it, then I go ahead and search for list or something like that, and I'm going to use this. I select it, and I click on insert. The title of the text, let's refer to our demo website. This is what I have. I just copy it. Going back, I paste. Next is the description. I go back in here, then I go ahead and select my text from here. Then I replace it with the demo one. Similarly, I do the same thing to the rest of the 2 processes. Alright, I've changed the content. Next, I'm going to go ahead and reduce the size of the icon. So I select this one. I go over to style, and this is where I can change the size. At the moment, it is set to 120. I go ahead and make it 80. Next, I just right click in here, copy, right click, paste style, right click, paste style. Since we have only 3 processes, I'm going to go ahead and delete this section. So I click on the X icon here to take it off. There's no much space in between our processes and this call to action. So what I do is I select the entire section, then I go over to advanced, and the margin at the moment bottom is set to 30. I make it 100. And now we are done with the how it works section. Going down, let's customize the call to action. Let's refer to our demo website. Don't worry, we'll come back to this in a moment. I'll just grab this text, then I go ahead and paste it, and the title here. Going back, I copy this, then I paste that under description. Next is the button. I select it. The button text, here it is order now. Maybe I want to change it to something else. So under text, I enter see our pricing. And I'm going to go ahead and link it to the pricing page. So I just type in pricing, and it will give me the perfect match. I click to insert the link. Next, let's change the background color of our button as well as the text. So I go over to style. The normal text color, I'll change it to black. And then the background color, I change it to white. And I think the hover color is okay. So I leave it as it is. And we are done with the call to action. Now if we go over to the demo website, you see that we have our work section in between the how it works and then the call to action sections. So let's see how we can achieve that. This is very easy to do. What we are going to do is go to the home page of our website. So I'll just right click on the name of my website here. I open link in a new tab. Take note, we have that section on the home page of our website. So what I do is I edit with Elementor. Going down, I copy the title. So I right click on edit container here, copy, go back to the services page. Then I go ahead and create a space in between the processes and the call to action. So I click on the plus icon here to make room for a new section. Right click here, click on paste. Going back, I copy, come back in here, make a room for a new section, right click, click on paste. And now we have our portfolio section on the services page as well. And take note, whatever customization you'll be doing to the sliders here at the back end will affect what we have on the services page as well as what we have on the home page. I've already shown you how you can customize the sliders when we're designing our home page. I exit out of here. Going back in here, I go ahead and update my page. Let's take a look. And now we are done with the services page of our website. Awesome. Before we move to the next step, I'll leave the services page still in editing mode in Elementor. And I'll tell you the reason why I want it to still be in the editing mode. So that's it on how to design the services page of our website. The next page we are going to design is the pricing page. So I go ahead and click on it. At the moment, this is how it looks like, and it's not being built with Elementor. So in order to design it with Elementor, first of all, we have to go ahead and click on edit page. And it will bring us here where you can easily enter your content, but we don't want to use the Gutenberg builder to build our pages. So we click on edit with Elementor. Now inside the Elementor builder, you see that here we have the pricing title here. We don't need it. So what we do is go over to settings, then going down under page layout, we drop down the arrow, then we choose Elementor full width. The page will reload, and now the title is gone. Now let's start designing our page. The first section we will need is the banner, just as we had on the services page, like this. So what we are going to do is just go ahead and copy the banner from here. And this is the reason why I said I wanted the services page to still be in the editing mode. So I'll just go ahead and right click on it, click on copy, come back in here, right click here, click on paste. As simple as that. Then we go ahead and customize it to fit our needs. Now let me show you another way you can have this banner. I'll remove it, then I go back to the services page, then I go ahead and right click on edit container. From this list, I click on save as template. I'll give it a name. I'll just call it page banner. I click on save. And I have it right here. I exit. Now if I go over to the pricing page, I go ahead and click on this folder right here. And here Elementor will provide you with some blocks or sections as well as pages. We are not going to use any of them. We rather go to my templates, and you see the template we just saved. I click on insert, and now Elementor will ask you if you want to apply the settings to the container. I don't want to apply, so I click on don't apply, and our banner is inserted. So what we do is just go ahead and change our text. Let's refer to our demo website. I go to pricing. I have the text our pricing. I can just grab it. Coming back here, it means that I don't need this title. I right click, delete. I click in here, then I replace it with our pricing. Awesome. I can now exit from the services page in Elementor mode. Next, let's go ahead and create our pricing table. And we are going to go ahead and model from our demo website. So the first thing we need is get our title. Going back, I insert a new container. I'll use the first one. Next, I go over to widgets and I drag in the heading widget. And the title, I enter my text. I align it to the center. Next, I go over to widgets again. Then I drag in the text widget. I don't need this demo text. I go over to the pricing page on the demo website. Then I grab this. And I go ahead and enter it in here. Next, I go over to style and I align it to the center. Cool. Now let's add our pricing table itself. The first thing I do is insert a container with 2 columns. with the left side being broader than the right side. So going back to my page editor, I click on the plus icon to add a new container, and this is the one I'm going to use. I select it. Next, I select the first container, and the width, I'm going to change it from 50 to 60, or maybe 65. I think 65 is cool. Next, I'm going to go ahead and add another container inside here. So I go over to widgets, then I drag in the container right here. And that is the first container I have here. Inside this container, that is the white background, I have another 2 containers inside it. So what I do is I go back to the editor, and I'm going to go ahead and add another one inside here. So I go back to widgets, then I drag in the container. So this is the first container, followed by this, and then this one. The next thing I'm going to do is duplicate this inner container right here. So I hover on it, then I point on edit container, right click, click on duplicate. And you see that it is stacked on top of each other. So what I'm going to do is I select the second inner container like this. So it's now highlighting the 2 containers inside here. Then under layout, I go over to direction, then I choose row horizontal. So now the 2 containers are now in line horizontally. Now the first inner container at the left, I'm going to go ahead and increase the width, and I'm going to do it manually. So I hover here so that I get these 2 headed arrows. I drag towards the right, and I'll make it 65, something like this. Now I am done working on my containers. Next thing I do is go over to widgets, then I search for icon box. I have icon box here. I drag it and drop inside the first inner container. First I change the icon, and this is the icon I'm going to use. So I select it and I search for check mark or check. I have the same icon here. I select, then I click on insert. The title, I set it to starter. So now I'm giving the name of my packages. Going back, the description is going to be 10 posts per month. I enter this here. The icon position, I'm going to go ahead and set it to left. Going down, the title HTML tag, I change it from H3 to H5. Next, I go over to style. The first thing I do is change the primary color. So I go over to my colors, and I'm going to choose color 1. Next is spacing. That is the spacing between the icon and the text. It is 15. I set it to 25. Next is icon size. I set it to 30. Next, I go over to content, and then vertical alignment, I set it to middle. Awesome. Next is title spacing. I'm going to go ahead and set it to 0 so that the space in here will close up. So I enter in 0. Now we are done with this particular column. Next, let's go ahead and add our price. I'll just grab this. Going back, I go over to widgets, and I drag in the heading widget into the second inner container. Then I go ahead and enter in my text. I don't want it this big, so I change the HTML tag to H4, and the alignment, I align it to right. Next thing I do is select the second inner container, and that is this one, and I'm going to go ahead and align it to center so that everything will be in the same line. Next, I go over to style, and the background type, I choose classic, then I go ahead and set it to white. And now we have the same thing as we have on the demo website. What we do now is duplicate it twice in order to have the rest of the packages. So I right click on edit container right here, duplicate, right click, duplicate. Now let's change the content. Going back, the second package is business. I click in here, then the title is business. Going back, and it's having 15 posts per month. I enter it in here. And the price is $79 per month. I select it from here. So instead of 59, I make it 79. Next, I go back. The third package is premium. I copy the text, select it, the title, I paste it in here. Going back, I select the description, come back here, then I go ahead and enter it. The price is $129 per month. I edit it from here. And now we are done with the first column. Next, let's go ahead and get this column. So what I do is, first of all, I go over to widgets. Then I drag in the heading widget. The title is included in all plans. I enter it in here. The title is big. I change the tag to 4 or maybe 5. I think 5 is cool. Next, I get this list. So I go over to widgets and I search for icon list. I have it right here. I drag it and I drop it in here. At the moment, it has given us 3 items, and that is what we have here. I'll just take off the rest of the 2. And the first thing I do is get the bullets here. So I go back, then I go ahead and click on it. And this is where I can set my icon. So I click on it. And this is the very one I used. I select it, then I click on insert. And now I go ahead and duplicate it. Let's see how many I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I already have 1, so I duplicate it 4 times. So I have 5 items. What I do now is I enter this text in here one after the other. So the first one is post in your branding. I come back in here and this way I enter it. Going back, I get this. I come back in here. Then I select the second one. Then I go ahead and paste it in here. Similarly, I do the same thing to the rest of the 3. And now I have all my list. Next, I go back to widgets and I'm going to go ahead and drag in the button widget. And the title is set to order now. The link for now, I will leave the hashtag and I'll show you how we can link it to the order page later on in the tutorial, since we don't have it as yet. Now this button, I want it to be the same as the buttons we have on our website. So what I can do is I go to the home page, I right click on it, open link in a new tab. I edit the page with Elementor. I'll use the button on the about section. So what I do is I right click on it, click on copy. Then I come back in here, right click, click on paste style. And I have the same style just as we have on the home page. I exit from here. I just needed the style. As you can see in here, there's no much space like we have here. So I'm going to go ahead and close the space. To do that, I make sure the button is selected. Then I go over to advanced and the margin, you see that we have 50 for top. So I'll just make it 0. The alignment, I'll change it to justify so that it will stretch across. However, if I hover on the button, you see that the background color is white. I don't need it to be white. So I go over to style. Under hover, I change the background color to my color 1. Now, if we go over to our demo website, you see that the entire background here is set to white. So going back, I click on edit container right here. Then I go over to style and the background type, I choose classic. Then I change it to white. Now going to our demo website, you see that we have space here and inside the container itself, we have space around. So going back, the container is still selected. I go over to advanced. First of all, I unlink the values and the margin. Then left, I set it to 50 so that I'll have this space right here. And then pattern, I click inside on the first box, then I enter 50. so that I have 50 pixels for top, right, bottom, and left. Awesome. Let's update to save our work. Let's take a look. Going down. Alright, you see that here we don't have space. Let's check our demo website. You see that we have space in here. Going back to the Elementor builder, I click on edit container right here. Then I go over to advanced. I unlink the values and the margin. And then bottom, I make it 130 pixels. Update. Let's take a look. Now we have my space. Perfect. And now we are done with the pricing page of our website. Before we wrap up this section, you notice that there's no difference between the background here and that of the footer. But if we go over to the demo website, you see that there's a variation in between the background here and then the footer section. I think I didn't select the right colors when I was customizing my footer. So let's quickly fix that. So I go over to customize. Going down, I click on edit right here to enable the footer builder. Then I go ahead and select the middle row. I go over to design, row background color. It was set to color 3. I rather want to use color 2 for it. You see the difference now. If I go down here, I need to change the color as well. So I click on bottom row right here. Then I go over to design. I have row background color. I change it from color 3 to color 2. And now it's perfect. I publish. Then I exit from here. Let's check it up. Perfect. And that was just by the way. And now we are done designing the pricing page of our website. Now let's design our about page. I'm already on the page, so I go ahead and click on edit with Elementor. And now we are in our Elementor editor. The first thing I do is take off this section. We don't need it, so I just exit from it. And I'm going to go ahead and add a banner on top here, just as we have on our demo website, like this. So going back, remember we already saved that banner as a template, so I'm going to go ahead and insert it. To do that, I click on this plus icon right here to make room for a new section. I click on the add template icon, then I go over to my templates. I have the banner here. I just click on insert and I click on don't apply, and it's added. We just have to switch our text to suit what we need. So what we do, I change it to who we are. And then our services, I change it to about us. Going down, we edit this section and we are going to go ahead and enter our about content right here. So the title here, I change it to about us. Like this. And I'll enter my about information here. I'll just copy it from the demo website. Going back, I click on the text, then I go ahead and paste in the copied text. I don't need this button, so I just right click, then I go ahead and delete. Next, I'll change this image. So I click on the pencil icon here in order to change the image. I have it here, I just click on it. Then it will take me to my media library, and this is the image I want to use. After selecting it, I click on select, and I have my image right there. And we are done with this section. Going down, I'm going to add a new section here. So I click on the plus icon here to make room for a new section. I click on add container and I select the first one. Going to our demo website, this is the exact section I want to add. So I'll just copy this text right here. Going back, I go over to widgets. Then I drag in the text widget. I enter the text here. I center it. Next, I'm going to add a text editor. So I go to widgets. Then I drag in the text editor widget under the title. I'll go to the demo website and grab the content. Going back, I paste it in here. I go over to style, then I click on center. As you can see on the demo website, the color of the text is white and the background for the section is black. Let's see how we can change that. Going back, still under the text editor under style, I change the color of the text to white, like this. Then the title, I change it to white as well. Now let's apply the black background. So I click on edit container right here. Then I go over to style. And the background, I choose classic as my background type. Then the color, I go ahead and select black. Let's provide space at top, bottom, left, and right. To do that, I go over to advanced. And the pattern, I unlink the values. Top, I enter 80. Right is going to be 400. Bottom, 80. And then left, 400. Awesome. And we are done with that section. The next section we are going to work on is our team section. First of all, I don't need this title on top. So I right click, then I go ahead and delete it. And I'm going to go ahead and provide some space for the title here. So I click on edit container, then I go over to advanced. At the moment you see that there's space at bottom. So top, I'll make it 80. Like this. Now let's work on the actual team members. If we go over to our demo website, going down, you see that we have images of the team members on top and then their information at the bottom. Going back to our about page in Elementor editor, you see here we have the text on top and then the image at bottom. So let's see how we can switch that. To switch that, what you need to do is hover on the image here, then click on the pencil icon and drag it on top. You see the pink bar I have at the left side, that is where you need to drop it. So I go ahead and drop and you see it on top now. This one is already on the right position, so we don't do anything. And similarly, we do the same thing here as we did here. So I click on the pencil icon right here, then I drag it like this. Make sure you see this pink bar at the left side, then I drop. Awesome. Now let's change the images to match with the images we have on our demo website, as well as the content. So going back, I select the first image, then I click on choose image. This is the image I want to use. I select it. I click on select. Going down, the text, I don't need this text box right here, so I just go ahead and take it off. But if you need it and want to use it for something else, you can customize it just the way you want. The text here is where I put the name of the team member and I customize it from here. And then his position, I select it from here, then I change it to operations manager. If they have social links, you just select it. Then in here, this way you enter the link to their social profiles. For Facebook, you enter the link here. Twitter, you do the same thing here. And then LinkedIn, you do the same thing here. If you want to add additional social links, you can just click on the add item. Then from here, you choose the icon. Maybe I search for Instagram. I have it here. Select, click on insert, and it is added. Then you go ahead and enter in the link here. So similarly, I'll go ahead and switch the content for the rest of the two staff. Alright, I've switched the content and you see that the containers here are too high. So what I do is I click on edit container, then I go over to layout, and the minimum height at the moment it is set to 400. I'm going to go ahead and make it 100 pixels like this. And I do the same thing here, select it, change it to 100. And finally, I edit container, then I change it to 100. And now we are done with our team section. Perfect. Going to our demo website, the next section we have is the project section, or you can also call it portfolio, just as we saw on the home page, as well as on the services page. And I've already shown you how you can copy the section from the home page to the services page. So I'll leave this to you as an assignment for you to carry on. Meanwhile, I don't need this section right here. This is for frequently asked questions. We have a dedicated page for frequently asked questions, and I'll be showing you how we can create our own. So I'll go ahead and take them off. I don't also need this section. I take it off. You see that here there's a projects gallery, but it's not a slider just as we have here. So that is why we need to take this off so that we insert it as a slider. So I get rid of all this. Since it's going to be an assignment for you, I'll just add it pretty quick. Alright, I've added it, and the final section we are going to create is this call to action right here. I've already shown you how you can customize this call to action on the services page, and I have that page open with Elementor. So what I do is I just go ahead and copy the entire section, or better still, I can save it as a template so that I can reuse it over and over again. So I right click on edit container, then I click on save as template. I can call it call to action. Then I click on save, and it is saved right here. I can exit from here, and if I go to the about page, I'll go ahead and click on add template, and then under my template I have call to action here. I click on insert, then I'm not going to apply the settings, and we have it right here. If you want to change it, you can go ahead and customize it just the way you want, but I'll leave the same content as we have on the services page. And now we are done with the design of our about page. I go ahead and click on update, and let's take a look. Scrolling down, everything is cool. Perfect. I like it. Now let's design our frequently asked questions page. Now the page is empty, and to start designing it, I click on edit page. Since we'll be designing our page with Elementor, I click on edit with Elementor. We don't need this title here, so what I do is I go over to settings, going down, page layout, I drop down the arrow, then I select Elementor full width. The page will reload, and the title is gone. We need a banner just like what we have on this demo website. So I go back. I already have the banner saved as a template. So I click on add template. I go to my templates, and I have it here, page banner. I click on insert, and I'm not going to apply the settings. So I'll just customize this banner to suit my needs. I don't need this title, so I take it off, and I change this title to frequently asked questions. Next, I'm going to add a new container. So I click on the plus icon right here, and I select the first one. Next, I go over to widgets, then I search for accordion. I have it right here. I drag it and drop it in here. And by default, we'll be given 2 accordion items, and that is what we have here. You can add as many as you want. So to enter my questions and answers, I click on the very first accordion item to expand it, and this is where I want to enter the question that is under title, and then the content is where I enter the answer. I can grab the questions and answers from my demo website. So I come to the demo website, then I go ahead and copy. Going back, I paste in the question. I go back to the demo website, then I grab the answer. Going back, I paste it in here. I can collapse it, then I go to the second one. I go back to my demo website, then I grab the second question. Going back, I paste it in here. I grab the answer. Going back, I paste it here. Awesome. I can collapse this. Now I've exhausted the 2 accordion items being given. So I go ahead and add item. So I go back to my demo website. Then I grab the 3rd question. Copy. Come back here. Paste. Going back, I copy the answer. Come back in here. Then I go ahead and paste. So similarly, I do the same thing to get as many questions and answers as I want. I'll do this pretty quick and get back to you. Alright, I've entered all my questions and answers, as you can see. I go ahead and click on update, and let's take a look. Going down, I have my questions and answers right here. Awesome. Now, if we go to our demo website, down here we have a call to action. So let's go ahead and add it. So going back, remember we saved a similar section as a template. So let's go ahead and insert it. Then we go ahead and customize it like this. So going back, I click on add template, and we have it here. That is the call to action. I click on insert, then I go ahead and click on don't apply. Going down, we go ahead and customize it. So I will just grab the text from the demo website, click in here, and I enter the title here. Going back, I grab this, then I go ahead and enter it under description. The button, instead of see our pricing, I'm going to change it to get in touch with us, and I will link it to the contact page. So going back, I click on it, then I change the text from here. The link, I take this off, then I search for contact. It will give me the best match. I click on it to insert the link. Now if you look at the questions section and that of the call to action, there's no space. So what I do is I select the section on the questions, then I go over to advanced. I unlink the values under margin, and bottom I'm going to provide a space of 100 pixels. Going down, we now have match space right here, which is cool. And all is set. I go ahead and update my page. Let's take a look. Awesome. And now we are done designing the frequently asked questions page. Now let's design the contact page of our website. As you can see, we've skipped the blog page. The reason is that we are not going to do any design there. The layout is already perfect for our needs. So we are on the contact page. We go ahead and click on edit with Elementor. Inside the Elementor editor, the first thing we do is add this banner. So going back, I'm going to go ahead and add a new section. So I click on the plus icon here to make room for a new section. Remember, we already have our banner saved as a template. So I click on add template. Then I go to my templates. I have it here, page banner. I click on insert, then click on don't apply because we don't want to apply the settings. Our banner is added. So let's change the content. I select the first title, then I change it to get in touch. I select the second title, then I change it to contact us. If we go to our demo website, you see that after the banner, we have this black section where we have our contact information, which means we don't need this section right here. So I just go ahead and exit it. Next, let's go ahead and swap in our own content into the contact information. It should be noted that running a social media website is not really a physical business. So you may not want to add your physical address or any other contact information. For demonstration purposes, I just want to show you how you can switch the content. So I select the first one for phone, And this is where you enter your phone numbers or your phone number. You see that there are two numbers, and in between the two numbers, they have this break tag. That is the tag that makes the text to be in two lines. If I take it off like this, you see that everything is now in one line. So if you want to have it in two lines, you make sure you have the break tag. So I just go ahead and enter in my phone number here, pretty quick. I can also change the second one. Next, I change the physical address. So I select it. I leave the title as it is. And this is where I want to change the address. Finally, the opening hours. If you want to change it, this is where you can do that. The working days, maybe I want to set it to Monday to Friday. And then the time is going to be 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Now, if we go to the demo website, you see that the section is overlapping with the banner, as you can see here. So let's see how we can achieve that. To do that, I click on Edit Container. Then I go over to Advanced. You see that under margin, top is set to -120. So what I'm going to do is I change it from -120 to -250. Like this. However, you see that it's almost touching our banner text, but here we have some space. So what I do is I select the edit container for the banner, and the layout, you see that the minimum height is set to 300. I'm going to go ahead and change it to 400 pixels like this, and now we have the space. Perfect. Going down is the form section. We don't need this title here. I just right click and click on delete, and we don't need to do any other thing on the form. Take note, I've already shown you how you can customize one of the forms on the home page. That is the book a call form. But if you still want to take the customization down further, you can do it to appear like this. You see that inside the field, there are placeholders. The first field is first name, the second field is last name. Email, we have enter your email as the placeholder, and the message, we have more info as the placeholder. But if we come over here, you see that we don't have the placeholders. Instead, under name, we have description for first name and then description for last name. Let me show you how we can achieve that. But before I do that, going down, I don't need this section. So I just go ahead and take it off from here. Then I update. Now let's go back to the back end of our website so that I'll show you quickly how you can customize your contact form. I'm already on the forms page. If you are not here, all what you need to do is go over to WP Forms. Then you click on All Forms. And this is the very form we are going to customize. So I click on it in order to edit it. Now we are in the form builder. So the first thing I do is select the name field. At the moment it is set to general. Let's go over to advanced. The placeholder for first name, you see that is empty. So this is where we enter first name. And now you see the placeholder in there. Next, let's do the same thing for last name. So I click in here, then I enter last name. And it's there. Next, we don't need the labels here, and it is the sub label. So I go ahead and hide the sub labels. Next, we click on email field, go over to advanced, and the placeholder text, I enter your email. And finally, we have the message field. You see that the message field is not set to required. So first of all, I make it a required field. Then under advanced, the placeholder text, I enter more info. All is set, I click on save. And it should be noted that the contents of the form submissions will be sent to the admin email address. That is the email address we use when we're installing WordPress. However, if you want to change it, you come over to settings, then under notifications, this is where you can change the email address where you want your form messages to go to. You can also change the subject line from here, as well as the from name. Take note, this name you are seeing here has been pulled in by the demo content we imported. So let's enter the name of our website here. I enter Dikupages Agency. Then I go ahead and click on save. And now we are done. I exit from here. Now if we go over to our Elementor editor, then we refresh the page, you see that we now have our placeholder text in here. We can take a look by clicking on preview changes, and there we have our contact page. Perfect. So that's it on how to design the contact page of our website. Now that we are done designing our main pages, the next page we are going to design is our terms and conditions page. At the moment, if we go there, it is empty. So I'm going to show you a free tool that you can use in order to generate a terms and conditions page for your website. To do that, we head over to this website, that is termsandconditionsgenerator.com. What we need to get started is come here and enter the name of our company. So I click in here, then I enter Dikupages Agency. The next field, we enter the name of our website. So I will repeat the same thing. Next is the URL of our website. So this is where you want to enter your domain name. I enter https://dikupagesweb.com. Then I click on next. In here, you need to select your country. I am from Ghana, so I drop down the arrow and I search for Ghana. I have it here. I click on it to insert it. Next is email address field. I go ahead and enter in my email address. Then I click on generate my terms and conditions. And we have our terms and conditions page right here. Perfect. So what I do is I will highlight from welcome to Dikupages Agency, simply because I already have the title to my page, so I don't need terms and conditions again. So I start from here, then I drag to the end. I right click, click on copy, then I come back to my website. I am on my terms and conditions page. I click on edit page. Next, I click in here, then I go ahead and paste in my text. Perfect. It should be noted that you can also go through and do some additions and subtractions. You can take off what you don't need, then you add what is needed to be added. I will assume everything is cool, so what I'm going to do is go ahead and update my page. It is updated. I'll click on view page, and now I have my terms of services page generated. Perfect. So that's it on how to generate terms and conditions page for your website. Next, let's go ahead and generate a privacy policy page for our website. To do that, we head over to this website called Privacy Policy Generator, and the link is privacypolicygenerator.info. The first thing I do here is enter the name of my company. I have Dikupages Agency. Next field is the name of my website. I enter the same thing here. Next, I enter the URL of my website, and that is my domain name. All is set. I click on next. In here, I go ahead and answer these questions. And the first question is, do you use cookies on your website? If yes, you select yes. If no, you select no. For this demonstration, I'll choose yes. The next question is, do you show advertising through Google AdSense on your website? My answer is no. If it's yes in your case, you choose accordingly. And the final question, do you show advertising from third parties except Google? My answer is no. Then I go ahead and click on next. Next, I select my country. I'm from Ghana, so I choose accordingly. And I go ahead and enter in my email address right here. I have it here. I click on generate my privacy policy. And now I have it right here. So what I do is I'll just grab the whole thing. I right click, copy. Then I come back to my website. Going down, I click on privacy policy. Then I go ahead and click on edit page. In here, I go ahead and paste in my content. And from here, you need to make sure that you go through and do your additions and subtractions. Maybe I don't need this title here, so I take it off. I just select it. Then I click on the 3 dots icon here. Then click on remove heading. All is set. I click on update. Let's take a look by clicking on view page. And now we have our privacy policy page neatly generated. Perfect. So that's it on how to generate a privacy policy page for our website. Now the final page for you to work on is the refund policy page. So with this particular page, you can look at what other websites are doing and model from them. Now that we are done designing our website, the next thing we are going to do is to make our clients to be able to order our services through our website. And to do this, we will need a plugin that will help us achieve that. Take note, a plugin is basically a piece of software that will add additional functionality to our WordPress website. So to install this special plugin, we need to head over to the backend of our website. So I go to the backend of my website, then I go over to plugins, click on add new. Inside search plugins, we search for WooCommerce. I have WooCommerce here by Automatic. WooCommerce is an e-commerce software that we are going to use to allow our customers to be able to make orders through our website. So I go ahead and click on install now. It is installed, but I am not going to activate it now. The reason is that we will need another plugin that will give our clients the power to be able to make payments through our website. So this is where we need to install a payment gateway. WooCommerce has a lot of payment gateways that are available on the WordPress repository. And choosing any of them will depend upon your requirements as well as its availability in your country. For this demonstration, I'm going to use the PayPal payment gateway. So I take off this, then I type PayPal Express. And this is the very plugin I'm going to use. WebTofi PayPal Express Checkout Payment Gateway for WooCommerce by WebTofi. I click on install now. It is installed. Now that we have the 2 plugins installed, the next thing I do is go over to install plugins. And from here, I will activate the 2 plugins at once. So I select all, then I go over to bulk actions. I click on activate, then I go ahead and click on apply. Now we have WooCommerce as well as the PayPal payment gateway installed. Now that we are done installing WooCommerce, next let's go ahead and set it up. And take note, we are only going to do a basic setup because this is not a WooCommerce tutorial. We only need it on our website to be able to sell our services and also accept payments. So to do the basic setup, I go over to WooCommerce right here. Then I click on settings. In here, you can enter your address. So I enter mine pretty quick. City. Next is country/state. I drop down the arrow, then I search for Ghana. I can also narrow down by selecting my region. So I come down here. I'm from northern part of Ghana. To general options, we have selling locations. This is where you want to select the particular countries you want to sell your services to. At the moment, it is set to sell to all countries. And since you are offering a service, you can sell to whichever country you want. However, if you want to select some specific countries, just go ahead and drop down the arrow. From here, we have sell to specific countries. And this is where you want to choose the countries you want to sell to. For instance, Ghana, maybe Nigeria, South Africa. And this is how you need to enter all the countries you want to be selling to. You can also choose to sell to all countries except 4. So when you select this, meaning whichever country you enter in here, it means that people in that country wouldn't be able to buy your services. So for instance, if I choose Afghanistan, Algeria, it means that I can be able to sell to all countries apart from these 2 countries. For this demonstration, I'm going to go ahead and set it to sell to all countries. Since it's a service, I can sell to any country in the world. Going down to currency options, this is where you want to set the currency you want to be selling in. So for instance, I can drop down the arrow here and I search for Ghana cedis. I have it right here. I just click to select it. I'm only doing this to show you how you can set your currency. For this tutorial, I'm going to use USD. Awesome. All is set. I click on Save Changes. Take note, we are going to do the setup that is suitable for our needs. So next, I go over to Payments. This is where you want to configure the particular payment gateways you want to be using on your website. So I have PayPal Express. I'll just go ahead and enable it. It should be noted that for this kind of services, you can also use direct bank transfer. So I'll enable it. It should be noted that services like this, you don't need to use cash on delivery because users can easily come to make orders. You do the delivery. At the end of the day, they wouldn't be able to pay. Meanwhile, you have already done the delivery. So it is very important you choose payment gateways where people will be required to pay to you first before you go ahead and deliver. So these two will do for now. I go ahead and save the changes. Now let's manage the payment gateway. So I click on Manage. And this is where you want to give the description to this particular payment gateway. That is how you want your users to be able to pay to you. You can also go ahead and add in some instructions. Let's quickly jump that. Then we come over to account details. Under account name, I enter the name of my bank account. If it's personal, you can use your personal name. For this, I'll just get a fictitious business. So I'll enter Dikupages Agency. Account number, I'll just get some random numbers. Next is bank name. I enter ABC Bank. Sort code, I'll just enter some random numbers. Take note, this number will be provided by your bank. If in your country you use IBAN, you go ahead and enter it in here. And finally, we have Swift code. So I'll say ABC0024. All is set. I go ahead and click on Save Changes. It should be noted that if you have other bank accounts, you can go ahead and add them by clicking on Add Account button here. Now let's go back to Payments. Then we click on Manage under PayPal Express. Here, you need to make sure that the payment button is set to Express Checkout. Going down, under Environment, we change Sandbox mode to Live mode so that our PayPal payment gateway will be live for users to use in order to pay to us. So for us to be able to use the live mode, we need to get our Live API username, Live API password, as well as Live API signature. To do that, you can easily click on this link that is Live API credentials, which will open in a new tab. Now, if you are not logged into your PayPal account, you'll be prompted to log in. I've already logged in, that's why I'm being brought to this page straightforward. From this page, we go down to MVP/SOAP API integration. So we click on Manage API credentials. From here, we have the API username, API password, and then the signature. So what I do is I click on Show under API username, and I go ahead and copy this. Going back to WooCommerce settings, I paste it in here. Similarly, I'll click on Show on the password as well as the signature and paste them in their respective fields. Alright, I've just pasted the Live API password as well as the signature. So going down, in here under brand name, you need to make sure that the name of your website is here or your business name. And then going down, I click on Save Changes. And now our website is ready to accept payment from our clients. But we don't have any product for them to order as yet. So in the next section, I'll be showing you how we can add a product onto our website so that our users will be able to make their orders. Next, we go over to Accounts and Privacy. First, we have Guest Checkout. This is where you want to allow customers to place orders without an account. I don't want users to buy without creating an account, so I go ahead and uncheck this. However, I want to allow my existing customers to be able to log into their existing accounts in order to check out. So I select this. Next, we have account creation. I want to allow customers to be able to create accounts during checkout. I select that. You can also allow customers to create an account on the My Account page. I don't want to allow that, so I don't want to check it. Next, we have when creating an account, automatically generate an account username for the customer based on their name, surname, or email. I don't want this. I want users to be able to choose their own details. And finally, when creating an account, send the new user a link to set their password. I'll uncheck this. I just want to make the whole thing flexible so that they will be able to choose their own custom password during checkout. And this is all what I want to do here. Going down, I click on Save Changes. So that's it on how to install WooCommerce and the PayPal payment gateway, as well as setting them up. Now let's go ahead and add a product onto our website so that our customers will be able to make their orders through our site. To do that, I go over to Products, then I click on Add New. And the product name, I'll enter the name of the product. I'll just call it Social Media Management. Next is Product Description. This is where you want to describe your product, which is not really necessary because by the time our users will get to the product page, they have already accepted that they want to buy from us. So we don't really need to add description here. But the choice is yours. You can go ahead and add a description for your product. Next is Product Data. From here, we go ahead and drop down the arrow and we choose Variable Product. The reason why we are choosing Variable Product is that we want to be able to give our users variations to choose from. Now, if I go to the demo website, on the product page, you see that users will be able to drop down the arrow here and choose whichever package they want. In order to achieve this, we need to make our product a variable product. So going back, before we move forward, in here, I want to make sure that Sole Individual is enabled so that orders will be limited to only one item per order. Next, we go over to Attributes. And this is where we are going to set our packages. So under Name, I enter Select Package. And the reason why I want to enter Select Package is that at the front end, this is what we are having, Select Package, that instruct our user to select whatever package they want. So whatever name you'll be tapping here will reflect on the front end of your website. Take note. So I go back, then I enter Select Package. Next, we have values. This is where you want to enter the various packages you want to be selling. So I click in here, and the first package I have is Starter. Then after typing, you need to make sure that you separate it with the second one by the pipe character. That is the vertical line. Next, I have Business. That is the business package. I separate it with the pipe character. And finally, Premium. And you need to make sure that visible on the product page as well as use for variations checkboxes are selected. I click on Save Attributes. And now I have my attributes here, Select Package. Next, we go over to Variations. In here, we click on Generate Variations. And WooCommerce will ask us if we want to generate all variations. I'll click on OK because I want to generate variations. And now we are being given 3 variations. And the next thing we are going to do is expand each one of them and give them their respective prices. So under Starter, we click on Edit. Let me scroll down a bit. And this is where you want to enter the price of your package. Now, if we refer to our pricing page, you see that the price for the starter package is $59 per month. However, we are not going to enter the entire $59. The reason is that every option the client will be selecting will attract $10. So if I go to the demo website and drop down the arrow, if I choose Starter, the price is $49 as you can see. However, the platform they want us to advertise for them will be selected right here. And by default, I've selected Facebook. So when this amount, that is $10, is being added to this $49 for the starter package, will give us a total of $59, which is the same $59 we have right here. And it is also said that if they add additional platform like this, the total for options will now be $20, which will make the grand total $69. So whatever value the customer will be paying us from here will depend upon the number of platforms they will be selecting. And take note, these figures you are seeing here, you can set whatever amounts you want. I've only kept this for demonstration purposes. So going back, in here, instead of the entire 59, I enter 49. If you have a sale price for the package, you can enter it in here. Take note, a sale price is a reduced price of the original price you are selling your packages for. I'm not going to do any sale price. Going down, we go to the business package, then we click on edit. Let's refer to our pricing. The total price is $79 per month. It means that we'll be entering $69 per month. Going back, I click in here, then I enter 69. Going down to the final package, I click on edit. Let's refer to our price, which is 129, so I enter 119. Going back, 119. Scrolling down, we click on save changes. And now we have our packages intact. Going up, this is where you want to set a category for your product, but it's not really necessary. However, it will be advisable you set categories for your product, simply because you may want to add other products in future. For this website or demonstration, we are adding only one product, but let me just show you how you can add a category. So under product categories, we click on add new category, and we can call it packages or whatever name you want to give to it. Then we go ahead and click on add new category. It is added as well as selected. Going down, we have product image. I click on set product image. I'll just select one of my images, for instance this, then I click on set product image. It is added right here. Going up, we click on publish. Our product is published. I can view it by right clicking on view product, open link in a new tab. So from here, my customers can go ahead and choose whichever package they want, as you can see, and then they go ahead and add to cart. However, looking at it, it doesn't appear like what we have here. So we need to go ahead and add our product options. To achieve this, we are going to install another plugin. And this plugin will give us the functionality to be able to add custom fields to our WooCommerce product. To do this, I go to the back end of my website. Then I go over to plugins, click on add new. Under search plugins, we search for product add-ons for WooCommerce. And this is the plugin we are going to install. Advanced product fields, product add-ons for WooCommerce by Studio Wombat. I click on install now. It is installed, I activate. Now if we go over to products, then we click on all products. We have our product here. We just go ahead and click on edit under it. Going down, right here you see that we now have a new option called custom fields. We click on it, and this is where we are going to add all the fields we have here. So going back, we click on this button that is add your first fields. The first field we have here is type. At the moment it is set to text. We drop down the arrow and we are going to use checkboxes so that will give our users to be able to select more than one option. Next we have label. This is where you want to give a label to your fields. Let's see what we have on the demo website. It is set to select platforms. So going back, I enter the same name. You can give it an instruction. I don't want to do that. Going down, I'm going to set it as required. Next, we have options. This is where you want to add the various options like we have here. So I go ahead and click on add option. And the first one I have is Facebook. Next, under adjust pricing, we drop down the arrow, then we choose flat fee. Next is pricing amount. This is where you want to enter the amount you want to sell every single option. For this demonstration, I use $10. Let's add our next option. Let's refer. We have Instagram. So I enter Instagram in here. The pricing is going to be flat fee of $10. Let's add our third option, which is Pinterest. We set a flat fee for it at a price of $10. Let's add our fourth option, which is LinkedIn. We set a flat fee of $10. And finally, we have Twitter. A flat fee of $10. Now we have all our options added. It should be noted that you can add as many as you want. For this demonstration, I will be limiting it to only 5 options. Now if I go to our demo website and refresh the product page, you see that by default, one of the platforms is selected, which is Facebook, simply because I decided that Facebook should be selected each time a user lands on this page. You can choose any of these as your default platforms. So going back, this is where you can select the platform you want to be the default one. So I'll just select Facebook. You can even choose more than one as your default options. For this, I'll just make it one option. So all is set. Going up, we click on update in order to update our changes. It is updated. Now if I go to the front end and refresh the page, you see that we now have our product options. So because Facebook is selected, that's why under options total we have $10. If I deselect it, the options total will be 0. So whatever amount you see under options total will depend upon the number of platforms the customer will be selecting. So if I select Facebook, you see that I have $10. If I select Pinterest, you see that I have $20. If I select LinkedIn, you see that I have $30. And whatever grand total the client will be having will depend upon the package they are selecting. Perfect. So now we have added the various platforms our customers will be selecting. Now let's go to the demo website. You see that apart from the platforms here, we also have blog posts. From here, our customers will be able to buy blog post services from us. And with this as well, you'll be able to set different prices for your services. As you can see here, if they want 600 words blog post, is going for $29, 1000 words $39 up to the end. So let's see how we can achieve this. So going to our product editing page, we scroll down to custom fields and we are going to add another field. Take note, this is the first field we added. So you can add another field. Under type, we drop down the arrow. Then we go ahead and choose select. Select means our users will be able to select only one option. The label is blog post. Going down, it's not going to be a required field. Next, we have options. We add our first option. And the first option, we have 600 words. Going back, I enter 600 here. 600 words. Under adjust pricing, I choose flat fee and it's going to be $29. Let's add another option, which is going to be 1000 words. Dropping down the arrow, we set a flat fee of $39. We add another option, which is 1500 words blog post at a flat fee of $49. Let's add a final option and it's going to be 2000 words blog post at a flat fee of $55. Take note, you can set whatever prices you want, and you can also add as many options as you want. I'll leave it at 4 for now. Going up, I click on update. It is updated. Now let's go to the front end and refresh our page. And you see that we now have blog posts where users can drop down the arrow and choose whichever amount of words they want to buy from us. Awesome. So that's it on how to add our service products onto our website. Now let's do final customization on our website. If we go over to demo website, you see how the product page looks like. But going to our own, you see that it looks kind of different. So let's see how we can customize our product page to look like what we have on our demo website. Also, on the demo website, you see we have this cart icon right here. So if users add the product to cart, for instance, choose a package and I add to cart, you see that we have the price as well as this cart option. So let's see how we can achieve that. Also, I will show you how we can add the My Account link onto this button. I will also show you how we can add a shortcut icon onto our website. Now, if I scroll down to the bottom, you see that we have this scroll to top feature right here. I'll also show you how we can achieve that. So going back to our website, on the front end, we click on Customize. Meanwhile, I can exit from here. First of all, let's add our shortcut icon. So I scroll down to Site Identity. Then here, we click on Select Site Icon. I already have it uploaded. I'll just go ahead and select it. Then I click on Select. You can either crop or you skip the cropping. I'll skip cropping and it is right there. Awesome. Going back, next, let's go ahead and add the scroll to top icon. To do that, we go up, then we go over to General. Under General option, we have scroll to top. This is where we enable it. Then to customize it, we click on this small arrow right here. From here, you can choose the type of arrow you want. For this, I'll choose type 2. The button shape, you can choose either square or circle. I'll leave it as square. And this is where you can also set the size of the icon. I'll leave it as tall for now. Next, we go over to design. And this is where you set the colors for your icon. The initial icon color, I want it to be white. Let's go to the demo website. You see that the icon color is white, but upon hover, it is black. So the initial color is already set. Then hover, we set it to black. Next, we have shape background color. The initial color, I want it to be black. And then hover, I want it to be my color 1. That is one of my gray colors. Now, if I scroll down, you see that I have my scroll to top icon right here. Perfect. Now let's add the cart icon as well as link our button to the My Account page. So to do that, let's enable the header. We can just hover and click on any of these blue icons right here. So I'll just click on this and you see that it has opened up the header settings. First of all, let's deal with the button. So we click on it from here. And this is where we want to enter the link to the My Account page. In order to get it, I'll go to the back end of my website. So let me open it in a new tab. I'll just drag it here. Then I go to the back end. Next, I go over to pages. Then we search for My Account page. I have it right here, My Account. So what I do is, in order to get the link, I'll just hover on View, right click on it, copy link. So going back to the theme customizer, I go ahead and paste it in here. Perfect. Next, let's add the cart icon. So we click on back so that it will take us to the header customizers and the elements. We have the cart here. I just click on it, drag and drop it in here. And now it's here. Next, let's go ahead and customize it. So we click on it from here. And this is where you want to choose the particular icon type you want. I'll just leave it as the default. Now if I hover on the cart icon, you see that the icon color is using one of my gray colors. But if we go over to the demo website, you notice that the icon color is white. So let's change it. To do that, we go over to design. The icon color is supposed to be black, which is cool, but hover, we change it to white. So I choose color 8. Perfect. At the moment, we are not seeing the cart drawer. And the reason is that we have not added any product to cart. So what I'm going to do is I'll just add the product to cart. So I go to the back end. Then I go over to products. I'll point on view, right click, open link in a new tab. I just want to have access to the product page. Going down, I select one of the packages. Facebook is already selected. I add to cart. And now I have the drawer right here. So if I go to the theme customizer, you see that I now have the drawer. First of all, let's change the badge color. You see that we have 1 on the cart. That is the number of products we have added to cart. I'm going to set it to black from here. Background color, I select black, and you see that it's now visible. Next, let's change the color of the drawer itself. So we scroll down to cart drawer. We click on design. Let me scroll down a bit. The font color, I'm going to set the initial text to black. Awesome. And then the link, that is the second color, that is link initial, is also going to be black. And then the link hover color, I will set it to my color 1. Perfect. Next, we have subtotal font color. If I hover, this is the subtotal font color that at the moment it is set to white. I don't want it to be white. I'm going to choose black. If we hover, you won't see it clearly. Because of that, I will change the entire background to white. So background color, I click on it, then I choose white color. Perfect. And now we are done. Let's publish to save our work. Now the last thing I want to do on the header is work on the menu. So I enable it from here. If we go over to our demo website, you will notice that there's a bit of spacing in between the links. But if we go over to our website, you see that there's no much spacing here. So to increase the spacing, this is where we are going to do that. That is item spacing. It is set to 40 for now. I'm going to make it 60. And you see that I have my space. So if I save the page, then I go back to the front end of my website and refresh, you will notice the spacing. So going back to the theme customizer, finally, let's customize the product page. To do that, I go back, then I scroll down to WooCommerce section, and I'm going to go ahead and select single product. Under page structure, we have 4 different structures. At the moment, normal width is selected. Let's use narrow width. Now it is narrowed just as we have on our demo website. However, the background is looking different. So going back to the theme customizer, the reason why we are seeing different background is that content area style at the moment is set to width. Let's choose boxed. As you can see, it has changed. One thing you also notice is that on top here, we have some space, but if we go over to our demo website, we don't have the space. So going back, this is where we can set that content area vertical spacing. At the moment, it is set to top and bottom. We are going to use only bottom so that the space will close up. Meanwhile, at bottom, we'll have a little bit of space. If you don't need space at bottom, this is where you can close that, as you can see, but we need the space, so we select only bottom. Perfect. Now, if we scroll down the page, right here you see we have some categories and SKU, as well as some additional information. We don't need them. Going up, you see that we have product title here, but on the demo website, we don't have the title. So let's take everything off so that our page will be cleaned up perfectly. So going back to the theme customizer, we scroll down. Right here we have product title. At the moment it is enabled. I go ahead and disable it, and it is gone. Going down, you see that we have product tabs. That is where we are seeing all this information. We don't need that, so this is where we want to disable it. I disable it and they are gone. We don't also need the product meta, so we disable it, and you see that it's also off. Since we don't have sale prices on our packages, I'll disable this. We don't also need ratings, so I'll go ahead and disable that. You see that we still have the breadcrumbs, we don't need it. So we scroll up from here, then we click on the arrow and the product title, and this is where we are going to disable it by clicking on the eye icon right here, and it's gone. Perfect. All is set. Let's go ahead and publish to save our changes. Now the last thing I'm going to do is add social icons onto my website. But before we go ahead and do the addition, first of all, we need to enable widgets to be able to do that. So I go to the back end of my website and I click on Blocksy. Next we go over to the extensions tab, and from here we activate widgets. So I click on activate, and now it's activated. Going back to the theme customizer, we refresh the page in order to load what we have just activated. So going down, we just go ahead and click on edit on the particular widget we want to add our social icons. And from here, we click on the plus icon to add a new block. Then we go ahead and search for social. Take note, you see two different icons. We have social icons right here and then social icons right here. This is the particular one we are going to use. If you don't activate widgets under Blocksy, you wouldn't have access to this particular icon right here. So we click on it, and this is where we are going to add the social media icons we want. Let me scroll here in order to see them. Take note, we don't need this title. So what I do is just go ahead and take it off. At the moment we have Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, and this is where we have them. Let's assume I want to add LinkedIn. So what I do is I drop down the arrow here and I search for LinkedIn. It is here. I click on it, then I go ahead and click on the plus icon to add it, and it will be displayed here. Awesome. If you don't want to see a particular one, maybe Twitter, you can just click on the eye icon to disable it. Meanwhile, it's still active. Maybe you want to hide it temporarily, but if you just want to remove it completely, you click on the X icon right here and it will go off. But I need it, so I enable it. Next important thing you need to do is make sure that you open links in new tab so that users wouldn't leave your website when they click on your social icons. So I enable this. Okay, I'm not able to scroll down to see the rest of the options. So what I'm going to do is click on the up arrow here to move it up so that I will be able to have access to the rest of the features. Alright, next we have icon color. At the moment it is set to default. I want to use the official color, so I select this and you see it right here. And that's all what I want to do. You can also change the icon size. At the moment it is set to medium. You can choose small or large. So this is how I want to do it. I'll click on the down arrow here to move it to its original place, that is down here. So I click on the down arrow and it has been moved. I can publish it. Now let's go over to where we enter the links to the various social media platforms. So I scroll to the top, then I go back. Next I go over to general. Under general we have social network accounts. We click on it, and this is where we enter the respective links to all the social media platforms we are using here. So I have Facebook. I enter https colon /facebook.com/, then I'll bring the name of my Facebook page. I'll just say Dikupages. Similarly, I go to Instagram and do the same thing. I'll just enter hashtag for now, just to hold the place. I'll do the same thing for Twitter. And finally, LinkedIn, I think it's on top. I have it here. I enter hashtag. Let's click to publish our work. And now we are done customizing our website. I exit it from here. Awesome. So we have our menu space app, our cart icon with a drawer, our button being linked to the My Account page. Going down, we have our social icons. Perfect. So that's it on how we customize our website. Next, let's see how we can add blog posts onto our website. By adding blog posts onto your website will help generate traffic for your website. So to create a blog post, I go over to New, then I click on Post. Under Add Title, this is where you want to enter the title of your blog post. So I go ahead and enter in my title, how to increase your online presence using Facebook. Next, I click in here to start typing the content of my blog post. It should be noted that you can create your blog post just by typing directly onto the editor. But what I usually do is that I make sure I type everything in any word editor so that it will be well formatted. All what I need to do is copy from the word editor onto the WordPress editor. So I already have my blog post well formatted in Microsoft Word. So what I do is I'll just highlight everything. Then I go ahead and copy. Then going back to WordPress editor, I just paste it in here. Starting from the top, I need to go ahead and add some heading tags. The main title itself is an H1 header, and in the main body of the article, you can use H2, H3, H4, depending upon how many level of headings you have. For instance, this title right here, I'll set it as an H2 heading. So to do that, you just need to click anywhere inside the title, then you get this bar right here. Click on the paragraph icon, then you go ahead and choose heading, and you see that it is set to H2. Going down, the second title, I select it, and this one is going to be an H3 title, simply because I want it to be a nested title under the H2 title we have on top. So I click on the paragraph icon. First of all, I choose heading. It will be set to H2. So what you need to do is go ahead and click on the H2 in order to change the level from H2 to H3. And you see that this one is now smaller than the first one. Similarly, I do the same thing here. That is H3. So first of all, I select heading, which will be H2, and now set it to H3. Perfect. So going down, I'll go ahead and do the same thing to the rest of them and get back to you. Alright, all is set. Next, I go over to Post. Here, that is the Post tab. Going down under categories, I can set a category or some categories for my blog post. I just click on the arrow right here. Take note, we are seeing these categories as a result of the demo website we imported earlier. We are not going to use any of them, so we go ahead and add our own category. Since my blog post is about getting an online presence, I'll just label it as social media, because I want to use social media to boost my online presence. Going down, if you want to add it to a parent category, that is a category that is already existing, you can drop down the arrow and you choose that category from here. We want social media to be a main category, so we don't do anything here. We just want to leave it as social media. Then we click on add new category, and it is added and also selected. So if you want to add another one, you just go ahead and enter the new one here, then you click on add new category. It should be noted that you can add as many categories as you want. You can also assign one particular blog post to different categories. Going down, we can also specify some tasks. Adding tags to your blog post will help increase search engine optimization. So I drop down the arrow. Since my blog post is about social media, I'll enter social media, hit enter. I'm also talking about Facebook to boost my online presence, so I can enter Facebook, hit enter. For tags as well, it should be noted that you can add as many as you want. For now, I will leave it as 2. Going down, in here we can set a featured image for our blog post. So I drop down the arrow, then I click on set featured image. I'll just select one of these images, maybe this one. Then I go ahead and click on set featured image. All is set. I click on publish. Publish again to save my work. It is published. I can view it by clicking on view post. And now we have our blog post right here. Perfect. If we go over to the blog page, you see that the latest one is on top. Now that we have a real blog post, let's go ahead and take off the dummy blog post. To do that, we head over to the back end of our website. Then we go over to posts. And this is where we are going to delete all the posts. To do that, we go ahead and select all by clicking on this checkbox. And you see that everything is selected. Next, we go ahead and uncheck the real blog post we just added. When that is done, we go over to bulk actions, move to trash, apply. And now they are all in the trash. We can also go over to the trash and empty the trash so that they will be off our website completely. Now, if I go over to the front end, I'll just open it in a new tab. Then I click on blog, and you see that we now have one blog post, which is the very blog post we added. Perfect. But remember when we were adding this blog post, there were some other dummy categories. We don't need them. So we go back to the back end, then we click on categories. From here, I select all except social media. Then I go to bulk actions, delete, apply. It should be noted that you cannot delete this particular category that is uncategorized. This is a default category WordPress will always give you. However, if you want, you can rename it to a different category so that you don't have uncategorized as part of your categories. But having that doesn't really matter, so I leave it as it is. The next thing we want to do is when you go to the blog page, you see that the link is saying latest news. We don't want it to say latest news. Also, the page title is set to latest news. We don't want that. We want to see blog here as well as /blog right here instead of latest news. So to do that, we head over to the back end. Then we go over to pages. And this will take us to all the pages on our website. Going down, you see that we have latest news. What we do is click on edit. Then the title, we change it to blog. Then the URL, you see that it is still latest news. Just go ahead and click on it. Then take off what you have. After taking off, you now see that the link has changed to blog. We can exit from here. Then we go ahead and update. Now let's view the page. I'll right click, open link in a new tab. Now you see that we have blog at the end of the link and also blog as the title. Perfect. We can exit from here and also from the demo website. And that's it on how to create blog posts on your website. Now that we are done creating blog posts onto our website, next, let's go ahead and do some finishing touches. Now, if we go over to our demo website, then we scroll to somewhere in the middle, you see that we have the pricing plans on the home page. But if we come over to our website, we don't have that anywhere on the home page. So let's see how we can add that. So before I do that, first of all, I want to open the pricing page in a new tab. Then I go ahead and edit the home page with Elementor. Similarly, I edit the pricing page with Elementor. And I'll tell you the reason why we are doing that right now. What we are going to do is simply go ahead and copy these sections and paste them on the home page. Take note, the title itself is using different section and the main pricing itself is using different section. So that is the reason why we have opened both pages with Elementor. Now I come to the title, right click on edit container, that is the 6 dots icon, click on copy. Going to the home page, we scroll down to where we want to add the pricing plan. Let's verify from our demo website. Let's see where it is. It's in between the number section and then the brand section. So I go back, I have the number section here and then the brand section. What I do is on the brand section, I click on the plus icon to make room for a new section. So I right click here, click on paste. It's added. That is the title. Going back to the pricing page, I right click on edit container on the pricing itself, then click on copy. Going back to the home page, we make room for a new section by clicking on the plus icon on brand, right click on the space here, click on paste. And now we have our pricing plan on the home page. Awesome. One thing we can also do is add the link to the product page to this button right here. To do that, just click on the button and this is where you want to enter the link under the link field. So simply go ahead and search for the name of your product. In my case, I use social media management. Upon typing social media, you see that I'm being given social media management and that is the perfect match I'm looking for. That is why you see product attached to it and the rest you see that they have pages. So I just click on it to insert the link. All is set. I click on update. Similarly, I go to the pricing page, then I click on the button and the link. I remove the hashtag, then I enter social media. I have the perfect match. I click on it to insert the link. Then I go ahead and update the page. And now we are done. I exit from here by clicking on the hamburger menu and I go ahead and view the page. Similarly, I'll do the same thing on the home page, view page. I can now exit from here and here as well. So if users land on the home page of my website, they can easily come here and click on the order now button and it will take them to the product page. Similarly, they can go to the pricing page. Then from here, they can click on the button in order to go to the product page. Perfect. Let's go down further with the finishing touches. To do that, we go to the back end of our website. Then we go over to WooCommerce, click on settings. Next, we go over to advanced. Under advanced, you see that we have terms and conditions and the field is empty. Here, we drop down the arrow. Then we search for terms. And this is where we select our terms and conditions page so that users will have access to them during checkout. Going down, we click on Save Changes. Next, we go over to Settings, then click on Privacy. And this is where we are going to select a privacy policy page for our website. So under Select a Privacy Policy page, we drop down the arrow here, then we choose our privacy policy page. Click on Use This. And now we are done with the finishing touches for our website. Now that we are done designing our website, let's see how we can manage orders when they begin to come in. So this brings us to testing our system to see if it works or not. To do that, I'm going to open the website in a new private window. So I right click on the name of my website, then open link in a new private window. So I'm going to assume that I'm a customer. If I view the website and I think that I want to make an order, I'll just go to the pricing page or still on the home page, I can get there. Then I click on Order Now, which will take me to the product page. Under Select Package, I'm going to use the business package, which is set to $69, and then the platform is set to $10 for every single one of them. Facebook is already selected, and that is what I'm going to use. I'll also use Twitter. Going down, you see the total amount I'll be paying as a customer. Let's assume I also need a blog post written for me. I drop down the arrow and I need 1,500 words blog post where I'll be paying $49. In total, I'll be paying $138. I click on Add to Cart. Next, I view the cart. Then I go ahead and proceed to checkout. In here, if I'm a returning customer, I can click here to just go ahead and log in with my login details. I am assuming that I am new, so I just go ahead and fill in my billing details. Alright, I'll fill in my details. And these are the other details right here. Social media management, that is the name of the product. And the package is the business plan. The platforms I've selected: Facebook, Twitter, and then finally blog post of 1,500 words. The total amount is $138. Going down, from here I can use direct bank transfer or PayPal, whichever one you want. For this demonstration, I'm going to use direct bank transfer since I don't want to make payment to myself. Next, I need to read and agree to the website terms and conditions. When all is set, I click on place order and I'll be redirected to the thank you page. Thank you, your order has been placed. Going down, these are the bank details through which I'll be making payments. So if I go to my account page now, then I click on orders, you see the order I've just made. At the moment, it is set to on hold. So I need to send the money to the owner of the website so that they'll process my order and get back to me. So let's get back to the website as the administrator. If we go over to the back end, then we go to WooCommerce, click on orders. Right here, you see the name of the buyer and the status is set to hold. What we can do is just go ahead and click on the name of the buyer. And this is where we get the details to all the features they have selected. So we wait for the payment to come before we go ahead and process the order. If the customer happens to use one of the automated payment gateways, it means that the money will come to you automatically. All what you need to do is go ahead and process the order. As the business owner, you know how you want to be managing your orders. Maybe you still want to get in touch with the clients and take additional information from them in order to come out with their various posts you'll be managing for them. And how you can get in touch with them is through the email address they supplied when they were making the order. And if you look here, you see the email address. It should also be noted that as an administrator, you will receive a message in your inbox with regards to the order, and the client will also receive a message with regards to their order. So let's assume everything is set. You are done with the client. You have finished managing their Facebook account or whatever platform they'll be selecting for 1 month. All what you need to do, that is if they are using bank transfer, all what you need to do is come back to status, then you set it to completed. Then you go ahead and click on update. And the order will be completed and they will get a new message indicating that the order has been completed. Now I'm going to go ahead and check my messages as the customer and see how those messages will come up. Now I've just opened my message and you see that I have 3 new messages. The first one says that your Dikupages agency account has been created. I'll go ahead and open it up and this is just the message. My username is there and then it will give me a link to my account page. Going back, the next message on top is a message that indicates that the order I made earlier was being received. So let's go ahead and open it up and you see, hi Swadek, thanks for your order. It's on hold until we confirm that payment has been received. So still I have the bank details here which I'll use to make the payments, the product features which I've selected, and my billing details. Perfect. So let's go back and check the particular email that indicates that the order has been completed and the message is right here. Perfect. So that's it on how clients can make orders And we've also seen how we can manage those orders when they start to come in. So we are done creating our social media marketing agency website. It's been quite a journey, and I hope you found value in the course. If you have any questions or queries for me, you know where to leave them. I'll also appreciate it if you share the tutorials with your friends so that they also go ahead and benefit from it.
Alright guys, I hope you found value in today's video. If you did, kindly hit the like button, subscribe if you have not yet subscribed, and also hit the notification bell so that each time I post a new video on this channel, you will be the first to know. Keep watching and I will see you in the next one.